Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live in studio with my senior economist, Tracy Shuchart.
Morning, guys.
And our senior market strategist, who's the first to have a cocktail when it's cocktail hour, Jim, the Cagnina. Jimmy, how are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. Hopefully everybody had a great Easter weekend.
Yeah, did you guys miss me on Thursday?
I was crying.
It felt that way. I felt it through the screen. I felt it through the screen.
I was
the
missing
love.
you.
Yeah. Chat, how about you? Good morning. Hope everyone... Go ahead, Jimmy.
I think they named it Black Thursday. It was a dark, dreary day without you, man. I'm telling you.
I know. Jimmy right away posted a cocktail at like 4:20. It was like right when they wrapped. He was like, "Let's go, baby." It was martini o'clock. So, Chad, hopefully everyone had a wonderful Easter. Hopefully everyone had fun, got the time to really disconnect. I mean, that's the thing is with 3-day weekends, you really hope to just disconnect and come back fresh. And that's the first thing I want to talk about on a Monday morning. First off, I mean, the Pope passed away. May he rest in peace. Very sad news. Right following Easter. So I know it's a really kind of a sad day following a very festival weekend over there in the Vatican. So may he rest in peace. And getting to this morning, what we've got, we'll get to the news in a second. But the one thing I want to start off with is just really the Monday morning mindset of coming into a Monday off of a 3-day weekend. You got a gap down. We'll talk technically about that in just a moment here, but you come in with a gap down. Everyone's minds are kind of lax. You come in off the weekend. I feel pretty fresh though. I don't know, but a lot of times you come in and you feel a little bit behind, a little lag. And either way, you've had 3 days off. You come in and your mind is not totally wrapped around the speed of the markets. Remember, the machines, they may take time off, but they come back at full speed.
Right.
So coming in on a Monday morning, all I can tell you, everybody, is just pump the brakes, slow things down, believe in your preparation. We're going to go through everything this morning. Don't be in a rush. I know everyone gets all jacked up when we've got a gap down. Everyone gets really excited. Short-term day traders, maybe not for their portfolios, but for trading. So just remember just to slow things down. And that brings me to you, Shai. Kind of a few things to talk about this morning.
Kind of a few things to talk about. Well, on a lighter note, we started kind of on a heavy note. Klaus Schwab has officially stepped down from the WEF of immediate effect. So see that guy later. And really the big news over the weekend and all the talk was obviously Trump talking about firing Powell. That's why the markets opened down and are down in general. I mean, everybody thinks it would be very bad for the markets if he fired Powell. But I do want to stress that the president under the Federal Reserve Act literally cannot fire the Federal Reserve Chair directly. I mean, he could be removed for quote unquote cause. That means serious misconduct or incapacity. And so you would be hard pressed to prove that for grounds of firing. So I just want everybody to know it's not like he can actually literally just fire Powell. I mean, he can apply pressure on him. Congress can apply pressure on him. I'm not sure that he's going to actually get the backing of Congress for this. So, but, it spooked the markets nonetheless.
I mean, he wants to cut rates. I mean, let's face it, he turned dovish, before Trump. And the reality is, I think the fact that he's turned, let's call it hawkish, you and I have talked about this, hawkish within what sentiment is. So there's a difference. That he's just, I think he's doing the right thing for what he needs to do. I mean, I don't know what much more the guy can do, to be honest with you. If he starts talking about cutting rates, we're going to talk with Gary Brode this morning too. I'm going to ask him about this, but really, even if the Fed chair were to turn more hawkish, Shy, is it really going to matter that much to this market?
Well, no. I mean, I don't think that it would, matter. I think everybody's so used to the Fed coming to the rescue if the markets are down a little bit and, throwing some sugar on the markets. But, I think we've talked about this before, I think they don't know what inflation is going to look like. We still have a pretty resilient labor market, if you believe the BLS numbers. And those are their two mandates: is price stability and meaning inflation, and the labor market. And so right now, there's not really that much they can do, even though the market is still pricing in for cuts over the next year.
Yeah. I mean, I think that you're going to see the economy slow down. I think that inflation may stay relatively hot. We'll see. But I do think that the job market eventually will be the reason why they cut rates. That's just my 2 cents. I mean, they're going to cut rates. As long as the job market can slow down, I think they're going to cut rates at some point. I think that's what the Fed funds are saying. They think that that's probably going to happen, but they're not going to get below 2%. I mean, I just don't see that.
Yeah, I don't foresee that happening. And again, we don't know. Well, we don't know what tariffs are. We know the 10% is there, but we still don't have any resolution as far as any deals with any other country so far. And so we don't know what that's going to look like. And even though I believe inflation on tariffs or tariff inflation will be transitory, we're still in the I don't know land. And so that also puts the Fed in a very difficult place.
Yep. Overnight, Jimmy, a couple things stick out to me. First was gold's up again. I don't think this is a surprise to us on this show. We've talked about it pretty much every day. You've got macro and technicals behind a primary trend. No reason to fade this market. And also, Jason Shapiro put something out really interesting about COT data, how it's not like overbought at all at this point. He looks as the contrarian trade in that. That's not the case, which is interesting because it's just going up. I mean, who knows where gold stops. So also, Bitcoin up 2.5%, almost 3%. ETH is up. And what I find interesting about this is everyone talks about how Bitcoin is a risk asset. I'm not denying that that's the case, but I have never, ever bought into the fact that Bitcoin goes up because NASDAQ or NASDAQ goes up because of Bitcoin. That correlation to me is just nonsense. I've never looked at the NASDAQ and said, oh, Bitcoin's up. You look at it as a risk asset to a risk asset, but overall, I think that correlation, in my personal opinion, is BS. And it will, so to me, the fact that Bitcoin's doing more of what it should do, going with gold, what does that mean?
Right. Well, and I think what's interesting, I think the correlation's gone in and out. If you remember, before they were saying people were leaving when gold was down, people were leaving gold and going into Bitcoin, and I didn't necessarily buy that narrative either, because I don't think that it's either or when it comes to those two. I think they're completely different. So, but Gary talks about this a lot, so we'll get his opinion too this morning.
Before we get to him, let's go back to you, Jimmy. We've been kind of hogging the conversation this morning. Me and Shai, we're catching up in studio, man. You're not here with us, but of course we wish you were here. But you are looking at the charts, and I'm curious, what stuck out at you overnight?
Well, interestingly, now today I do believe. And God bless them, the Europeans take this another day off, right? The banks are closed in Europe right now. So when I looked at the E-mini S&P as an example, there's only 115,000 contracts as of right now. So it's a very low volume day. Probably not a lot of institutional participation. I know the bots are the bots, and the machines are the machines, but a low volume day, and we're down 67 handles with that gap, that 17-point gap that you suggested, what is very real. So this is a big sell-off. We have this. Thanks for pulling up that chart right now. Remember that big giant green candle? We'll call this the Hulk of candles on the 9th. We're right at that midpoint. I've had that midpoint level I've been tracking that for days and days right now. And we're right at that 52.46 level. And this, in my mind, is a line in the sand, right? You mentioned maybe we're in a bear market right now, or we're leaning toward that direction. A close below this midpoint, a significant close below this midpoint. Probably tomorrow, after everybody gets back from vacation, is going to be meaningful on the downside. So the even the S&P alone is down, and then we're also seeing Jelly. The 10-year yield now is starting to pick up a little bit this morning as well. We're getting close to that from the CME's micro yield contract at 4.4% right now. So it's starting to yield starting to inch up again with all these markets going in one direction.
Yeah, interesting to know that we're at that midpoint of that big green candle. And of course, I've got a few things to talk about from a technical standpoint and why I think, I've been kind of bearish really for a while now, even on this move up, just because one thing that I put in my morning note that when I look at the tape, it's funny, like on Thursday, I was traveling, I was just kind of looking at my phone, watching the segments that you guys are doing. I just look at the tape. And it's always good to be just step back and see what's happening. And what I see consistently, and it always is something that I look at as a trader, is just like, what is it doing when I just have this just really removed? Not that we have a bias, but we all have a hidden bias, right? Oh, what's been happening? You're so connected to the charts all the time, and sometimes when you step back a little bit, we just grind lower. And I think that's the one thing that in all the years I've been doing this, when I step back and I look at the tape. When you look at bull markets, when there's nothing going on there, everyone will say never sell a sleepy market, or there's all sorts of tags to not selling a bull market grinder, higher. And now you're seeing it grind lower. And so that to me is really a sign that there's real sellers. It's a bear market. When the market gets quiet and we can't grind higher and we start to grind lower, because you don't see it often. In all the years I've been doing this, I think about how many times have you really seen it? It's not often. And look, again, opens up. And I know that there's some bearish news with Powell and Trump and all this stuff, but I think that the market overall it continues to look for bullish headlines. It's gotten more reactive to them, which is interesting, right? The bearish headlines, not so much, but the market is trying to find reasons to go higher. Also, it tells you, I think, when you see little spikes higher, that people are looking for reasons to buy. They're trying to find that time to buy that point where the market's going to turn. And ultimately, we just keep grinding back down. So the fact that we're in that midpoint of that big candle again, I've got some technical reasons. I think we're heading down to like 5150-ish, I think, in the coming sessions. It's hard to get bullish this tape with gold rallying now, decoupling from Bitcoin's decoupling. It's whatever. I mean, I'm going to say it, but I don't believe in it. But it is what it is. But I just think Bitcoin being more like gold and 10-year at 4.4, hard to be bullish.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, a lot of this, these spikes that we've had have been headline driven, not fundamentally driven, right? You had the 90-day pause, market went up 500 points, like normal. And so, I think what we're seeing also, and what we're seeing kind of in the numbers, is that retail's trying to buy the dip, but you're not getting institutional players involved in this market right now. And I think that's kind of why we keep seeing these spikes and then fade.
Yeah. I mean, Jimmy, you talked about it with volume. It's just not there in equities.
Yeah, it'll be back tomorrow though, for sure. Maybe even later on today if there's some unplanned news. We have that 1 or 2 o'clock daily press conference on Capitol Hill. You never know.
Yeah. So quickly, Shai, we have any economic data today?
So all that we have today is the U.S. leading indicator, which is just an index designed to show peaks and troughs of the business cycle for the United States. And so it's not a market moving, that's at 10, but it's an econ data point that people are definitely watching, but it's not necessarily a market mover.
Got it. And then a quick preview of Gary Brode, who will be on with us following Jim's Edge report.
So Gary's great. He's on X at Gary_Brode. We'll put that on the chat. He is the founder of Deep Knowledge Investing. He was prior hedge fund manager, and now he provides research and guidance for retail.
Cool.
people.
First time I'll get a chance to talk with Gary. Gonna get right into it with Gary following this morning's Edge report. So take it away, Jimmy, for this morning's Edge report.
All right. So one more note on this daily E-mini S&P chart as well. I just have a regular stochastics at the bottom here, and we're seeing a cross under on that. Again, another kind of a bearish sentiment move right now. Going into the intraday, there's that 17-point Globex gap. Remember, Globex gaps are from the close at the very end of the session till the open that very next morning. Typically, it's 1 hour, but because it's a weekend, it's a little bit longer than that. So right now, we can kind of see, the European session, the London session here. Last several days have actually been an up move. We've had green candles during that initial balance during the session. Not today. Not today. We sold off. We tried to recover, and then we kept going. We're right at that Menthor Q 1-day min level right here at 52.50. We're kind of trading around that right now. On the downside, there's a blind spot around 52.35. That's another Menthor Q level. Further down, we have put support all the way down to 5,200. On the upside, for the bulls, JAX3 is at 52.75. We have S1, seems like a long way away at the moment, but that's around 52.84, and then put support all the way up at 5,300. So there are some definite gamma stress levels here to consider, but right now we're trading at the bottom of the day. The volume profile is wonky. There's like volume nodes all over the place, again, suggesting maybe this low volume is just low volume. Going to a 10-year intraday chart as well, a huge sell-off after we hit the pivot. These daily pivots are awesome levels on a daily. This is a 10-minute. That peak was at 111.075. This is just a waterfall formation if you ever saw one, with a little bit of pulling here at the bottom at the high vol level of 110.24. Remember, price down, yield up, and this happened rapidly recently. So it just seems to me it wasn't an overnight phenomenon. This is something when people started waking up and reading the news and freaking out. This kind of sold off pretty. This is actually a big move relative to where we were. Let's go to the U.S. dollar is just getting hammered here. The Euro FX continues its meteoric. It's a huge rise. I can't talk this morning. Really nice P-shaped volume profile here with the point of control, pretty much where we're trading at right now, 1.1573. So a big move up in the euro. Continuation. There's a lot of blue sky up here, man. I don't even have targets on the upside anymore for the Euro FX. On the downside, we have a JX4 at 1.15. This is that green line right here. R3, we've already breached R3, which is rare, and that's actually short-term support right now, 1.155 as we move forward. We mentioned, while we're on currencies, Swissy franc is like at a 10-year high versus the U.S. dollar, a decade's high, I would say, but a 10-year high versus the U.S. dollar. And again, this is the market I go to when I'm thinking about risk on, risk off, and the reallocation of assets. And this is just on a huge move up. Not a bad currency pair to trade. Also, R2 down here is kind of support. We didn't really tag it after we rallied during the London session. 1.2455. Nothing but blue sky above. And then gold's the other story too. Gold is just on a tear as well. We have, and I have to adjust my measurement here, we have achieved high to low a $74 move overnight. Remember, the ATR I think is around, I'll tell you, it's at 70 right now. So we achieved the ATR and then some. There is no sellers right now. This is just buying going on. We had a breakout of the London initial balance. That's those purple lines right there. And then R2 didn't stand a chance. We just kept rolling through R2 pretty quickly here. So again, there's a target. There's a blind spot up here from Menthor Q 34.25. And then above that, it's nothing. It's nothing but open air. On the downside on gold, we have that 1 day. It's ironically, it's called the 1 day max right now. 33.75 will round up right there as well. Kind of a P-shaped distribution here. It's not bad. It's not perfect. It's immature, I would say. We'll see if it fills in if we get any kind of retracement right here, right now. And then lastly, really quickly here, let's take a look at Dr. Copper. Is nice rally on Dr. Copper. Tried to sell off during the European Open. No way. We're going to keep rolling here. And there's all sorts of gamma levels here. Jax 1 is framing the top of the conversation at 4.18. And at the bottom, it's about Jax 3 is about 4.78 on this consolidation here. Our R1 is also holding as well. That is today's Edge Report. Back to you guys in Naples.
Well, thank you, Jimmy. Oh, I look a little bit messed up here. I got to make sure I get myself cleaned up here, Shy, for my guy, Gary Brode. Gary, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Thanks for having me on.
Great to have you on, Gary. We only got a little bit of time with you, so I want to kind of jump right into it. The one thing that comes to mind for me this morning, well, there's a few things, but one thing that comes to mind when I want to speak with you about is Bitcoin and gold, right? Gold, we know, has been in this dominant uptrend, okay? Really, pretty much every macro person out there has kind of just been talking about gold, pounding the table for a while on it. Then you talk about Bitcoin, which is, as I talked about this morning, I don't know if you're able to catch it, but really it's always been, you know, is it a commodity? Is it a store of value, right? Then it's a risk asset. And there's always this conversation that we've had for, 16 years or however long it's been around now. And one thing that Bitcoin has done, even though I don't really believe in this too much, is a correlation with NASDAQ and S&P. I think that they're very different in what they are, and I just think that risk assets might go together. That's fine. But what we saw or are starting to see is Bitcoin now starting to gold. Your thoughts on that?
So first, Anthony, I completely agree with you. We started buying Bitcoin around 15,000 in 2020. Started buying gold. Oh, sorry, that was 2021. Started buying gold in 2020 at around 1,600. There's no question that over the past few years, Bitcoin has traded like a high beta NASDAQ proxy. I don't think that's what it is. In my opinion, I own Bitcoin for two reasons. One, the main reason is continued debasement of the dollar. Congress is overspending by trillions of dollars a year, and they've decided to fund our deficit with inflation. And the reason they're doing that is because if you raise taxes, you have to talk to the people about it. You know, if you cut spending, you're going to get people angry about it. So Congress is funding deficit through inflation. They're just printing more money, and we're paying higher prices. And the reason they do that is because they can then put the blame on supply lines or, Vladimir Putin or, greedy corporations. They can find lots of boogeymen to criticize if they go that direction. And it allows them to muddy the waters and blame everybody but themselves for the problem that they're creating. The second reason I own Bitcoin is I think we're going to see a massive wave of institutional adoption. People forget that it was just a year ago that the ETFs, 11 ETFs were approved. But at this point, most pension funds don't own Bitcoin. So what happens when massive pension funds start to say, okay, we're going to allocate 0.5%, 1%, 2% to Bitcoin? That is huge amounts of buying, and it's going to be on auto buy. So, I don't think Congress is going to stop spending, and I don't think people are going to stop buying Bitcoin. And, those are two great reasons to own it.
And I want to talk about the big news this weekend. Obviously, Trump wants to fire Powell, even though under the Federal Reserve Act, he can't quite do that. But you have said, Trump wants to fire Powell, but everybody is wrong in this case. So can you kind of go over that a little bit?
Yeah, thanks, Tracy. So first of all, President Trump is right. Chairman Powell has done a horrible job and has constantly been late and wrong. One of the reasons, I think the main reason for the inflation we're experiencing right now is congressional overspending. But, one of the things that helped create that inflation and made that possible was Chairman Powell keeping rates far too low for far too long. We had rates around zero for about a decade. And then in 2021, in November of 21, I wrote a white paper warning people that inflation was not transitory and they should buy Bitcoin, gold, and energy. Tracy, I know how you feel about that. And so, we had this warning, and at that time, Chairman Powell and Treasury Secretary Yellen were saying inflation would be transitory. They were far too late to to raise rates and deal with inflation. So they were wrong on that. And then I spent all of last summer warning people in the Fed, and I don't think they're reading my work, but they should, saying do not lower rates. If you do, it's not going to help anything. And you're going to then be seen as a political actor. And of course, the Fed lowered rates in September, right ahead of the election. And, that made them, whether they intended it or not, it made them appear to be partisan. It looked like a political move trying to help the Democrats. Now, President Trump wants more stimulus, and he wants the Fed to lower rates. And, he's right that Powell has done a poor job, but he's wrong about what will help him now. First of all, if you lower rates, a lot of people don't realize this. They think the Fed has control of the whole yield curve. They don't. The Fed only controls the overnight rate. And so what happened in September and October, November is the Fed cut the overnight rate by about 100 basis points. And then we saw the yield on the 10-year rise by 100 basis points, right? As the bond market priced in more future inflation. So, the equity market said, great, we're going to get lower borrowing rates. And the bond market said, no, the yield curve is going to uninvert, but not the way you hoped. It's going to uninvert with higher long-term rates. And we saw mortgage rates rise. This is the exact opposite of what President Trump wants. This is the exact opposite of what Treasury Secretary Bessent needs. And so, if he were able to fire Chairman Powell and replace him with his own choice, what we're going to get is a lower Fed funds rate. And that's not good for the economy. And it's really not good for the goals of the Trump administration or the Treasury. We're going to end up with higher rates there. So it's a situation where President Trump is right that Powell has done a poor job, but replacing him with his own candidate is not going to go anywhere good.
And is the Fed stuck right now in what they can do as far as rates are concerned? We have the market pricing in 4 rate cuts over the next year, and the market's been wrong a lot on this, just to add. But, is the Fed kind of stuck right now? I mean, what do they do?
Yeah, I agree with you, Tracy. I think the Fed is stuck and there's nothing they can do. We're in a position where inflation is still a problem and, Congress is still overspending by trillions of dollars a year. And the Fed balance sheet right now is almost $7 trillion. And so, if the Fed raises rates, we're going to have, higher rates. But if the Fed cuts, again, what we'll have are, the bond market will price in higher future inflation. And when they do that, you're going to have an increase in the 10-year. And so that will increase borrowing rates for the Federal Reserve, for the Treasury, sorry. And that's, we have something in the neighborhood of $7 trillion of debt repricing over the next 12 months. This was something that prior Treasury Secretary Yellen did, where, she shortened the duration again in an attempt to starve the market for, 10-year or longer term bonds, trying to raise prices on them. It was a political move, and I understand why she did it. But that political move by Treasury Secretary Yellen last year has led to a gigantic wall of refinancing. And so, whether the Fed raises or lowers rates, we're going to have to reprice $7 trillion at higher rates. They're stuck. There's nothing they can do. The expression that, we heard about 10 years ago, 15 years ago, was pushing on a string, right? So the Fed has one end of the string, they push on it, nothing happens on the other end.
Gary, I want to talk to you real quick about Powell. And you said that you agree that he's not done a great job. Well, what has he done to give you that view of him?
Well, first, after the 2008 crisis, I understand why he lowered rates to 0. But once the economy recovered, he kept rates at or around 0 for the next, 10, 12 years. That was a giant problem. In 2021, it was very clear that inflation was picking up as a result of increases in government spending. And, Powell and Yellen said it's transitory. Inflation is transitory. They were wrong, and Powell was far too late to start to raise rates. And then he started lowering rates in September where inflation wasn't under control. This was the Arthur Burns mistake. This was the same thing that former Federal Reserve Chairman Burns, made in the 1960s, early 1970s, and it led to the inflation and stagflation crisis of the late 70s, early 80s. Powell just did the exact same thing, and we've seen how it plays out. And again, he lowered rates, the Fed funds rate, but the bond market said, nope, we don't like that, and started to sell treasuries.
Yeah, so late and then too early.
Exactly. Yeah. Late when inflation was increasing, and then he lowered too early with inflation not under control. And, I don't think that the increase in the CPI and the PPI that we saw right after the Fed cut in rates, I don't think that was a result of it, because Fed rate cuts don't move through the economy that quickly. But I think it was a symbol, a warning that the Fed did not have inflation under control.
Let's just say that Powell stays in his chair for the remainder of the year, which I still think is pretty likely, don't you, Shai?
Yeah, I do think. I mean, his term's up in May of 2026
Yeah.
anyway.
So what do you see him doing in terms of rate cuts? Because we know Tracy's been talking about this a lot, that the market's projecting, 4 or 5 rate cuts. What do you think about that?
I would take the under on that. The thing that's going to make it hard is Doge and President Trump are doing everything they can to cut wasteful congressional spending. I actually think we're in a recession right now, where the private economy, the private sector, it actually has declining performance. And it's being covered up by increases in government spending. In fact, over the last few quarters, the dollar increase in GDP has been less than the increase in debt. And so we have what I've been calling a Potemkin economy, right? So, the congressional overspending gets added to GDP, whether it creates value or not. And I think it's very clear they're not creating value. So, we can have, if we cut government spending, we end up with what looks like a recession, except we've already been in a recession for the private market. And then, we can end up with more inflation. And so, what's the Fed going to do? If they cut, they're in trouble. If they raise, they're in trouble. It's out of their hands right now.
Yeah. We only got a couple minutes left with you. I want to go back to gold and Bitcoin a little bit. You've been an early buyer of both of those assets. How do you see those assets going out the rest of this year?
So I had dinner with a really close friend last week, and we were talking, and he knew I had started buying Bitcoin at 15,000 several years ago, and I asked him if he owned any, and he said no. I think I missed it. It's too late. And so I said to him, well, do you think Congress is going to stop overspending by trillions of dollars? He said, no, absolutely not. I said, well, then you're not too late. I own a massive position in Bitcoin. I have a large position in gold. And, it's a play on continued debasement. If you think Congress is going to continue overspending by trillions of dollars a year, it's not even a matter of gold going up. I think gold is holding its purchasing power while the dollar is declining.
Yeah.
And what are your thoughts on the dollar? We are down again. Everybody's been kind of hoping for a bounce, and we just aren't seeing them. I know the administration had said they wanted the dollar lower. In fact, we were at around 90 last time Trump was in office. But is it too soon, too fast? Are you worried about the velocity of this move?
I think the president needs the dollar to be lower. He's very focused on trade deficits right now. A lower dollar would make American goods less expensive overseas. And, right now he's really looking for a win on trade. So I think he wants a lower dollar. And that will help with the trade deficit. The problem with that is, again, Treasury Secretary Bessent has to refinance $7 trillion in the next 12 months. And a lower dollar means higher interest rates. And when that happens, we're going to have an increase in interest expense. We're already, annualizing at over $1 trillion a year. That could easily be $1.5, $1.6 trillion by the end of the year. So, when that happens, the way we're going to pay for that is by printing more currency and increasing the debt. And, guess what that does? We have a vicious circle right now. No matter what they do, it's going to lead to more inflation. The only way out of this is a decrease in congressional spending. And, Congress people of both parties are fighting that tooth and nail right now. I don't think they're going to capitulate.
Yeah, a lot to play out.
Right.
Gary, this was absolutely fantastic. I've been following you on Twitter for a long time, X. Everybody in the chat, show Gary some love. Hit that like button. Go follow Gary on Twitter, Gary_Brode, and then go check out his website at deepknowledgeinvesting.com. Gary, just one of the good follows out there, man. Love your work. I really appreciate your time. I know Shai and I were talking about it this morning. We're very excited to have you here. Thank you so much again.
Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. Thanks, Tracy.
So that was great.
Absolutely.
Any quick kind of follow-ups you thought about anything that Gary had said?
No, I mean, it's pretty much, I agree with pretty much all of his views, and that's why, I've been saying, the market is, pricing in all these cuts. I don't think the Fed should do it, and I'm worried that if they do cut early, like everybody wants them to, it's going to have the opposite effect on the market that people think that it's going to have.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we can't say this enough. I mean, the Fed's in a pickle.
Fed's in a pickle.
I
say that every day.
Oh, I know. And you've been all over everybody talking about trying to remove Powell from office, and just I love when you get a little feisty on X. Yeah, don't mess with Shai, man. She gets don't come out there with some wrong things, man. She'll bury it. So, like we said, just that light economic data at 10. Aside from that, any kind of like leaving thoughts today for the traders out there to be watching? I know you'll be in chat commenting with any news, but anything else to keep an eye on?
Yeah, I will. We've got a lot of earnings this week, so people will definitely be watching those. And it's not that they're going to be watching the earnings so much, but it's going to be the comments. And if companies are cutting guidance and things of that nature, that could also have a negative sentiment on the market as well. We already have a ton of analysts that have come out over the weekend in reports that have revised down their expectations, unlike we have seen in a very long time. And so you've got a lot of negative sentiment out there. And so, again, we have almost a third of the earnings this week alone. So
that much?
Yeah. So it's a big week for earnings. So we'll see what happens,
Yeah. All right, Shai. Thank you so much. All right, everybody. Next up, we're going to be bringing in my boy Pharm. Look, he's throwing a new color into the mix. Look at you, man. Look at you. Good morning, my brother. Happy Easter.
Good morning. Happy Easter. How was your weekend?
Great. You threw me for a loop this morning with the sky blue. I mean, I would think that would be like a really bullish shirt, and I'm coming in bearish. I don't know, man. That sky blue is like, I'm thinking, I always got to look at your colors and determine what I'm thinking here, and I'm thinking that means bullish, but I don't know. What say you?
No, I think it's just matching my old man blue hair. That's all.
That's all it is? I get it.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Look at, man. There's one trend we cannot fight, Pharm, and it's the hair is coming in gray. I look at it and I'm going, man, it just continues to creep up on me.
I'm very long calls on gray hair for sure.
Yeah, I know, and really, could you imagine if I dyed my hair though, Pharm? What everyone would say? You imagine the heat I'd get.
You should do something crazy. Just do something wild, throw people off. I like to do that once in a while. I've got something in mind.
Come in like, oh, do you? Should I come in like Guy from the Food Network and just totally bleach blonde it? Just rebrand myself?
Yeah, just do something wild. Wild and dumb and crazy.
I mean, it's worked for him. Yeah, I know. Maybe that's that. I mean, I'm thinking that's what I do. I just come in like Guy with the big watches and the big jewelry. Just go straight blonde. Yeah. We'll have to have this discussion down the road. I am not sure that some of that stuff will work for me. Yeah, someone's going shave it and twit. Yeah, in chat. Yeah, can you imagine me coming in with a bald head? I'd lose. Who knows? I would be like, I don't know. Was that a Seinfeld episode, or the guy, or maybe when his hair was flat, or like he loses his mojo? I'm trying to think where that is. Where like, when the guys, well, I know the Jerry Seinfeld episode. Remember when there's no water pressure and his hair's going flat? God forbid that happened to me. I think I would just, It would be it, Pharm. I mean, I don't even know what to say. It'd be somebody else in the seat. That's much I know.
Be a catastrophe, Deli.
Yep. So, all right. Let's go to the charts. We start off with me as we always do. And, Pharm, so a couple things. Actually, first, let me go back to, I want to go to my indicators, and I want to show the Bollinger Bands. Then I'm going to remove them. So I'm going to go here, make it visible, and hit apply. So a couple things. I come in. I talked about this actually this morning with Shai, and I said, when I sit back, Thursday, I was at my desk and I was at my laptop. I was on a flight, but the whole time I was watching the market. And it's funny, when you're watching the market from a viewpoint of where you're not going to do anything, you're going into a 3-day weekend, you watch the tape, you're watching everybody on the NinjaTrader network talking about how they're trading it, and you see it. And I just continue to see the same type of market where it just, when it gets quiet, we just grind lower, right? It just rallies, fade. Very opposite of a bull market, right? Where when we're doing nothing, we just grind higher. And I think that characteristic is something to keep in mind on a regular basis for traders out there. The key is, when you're not doing stuff, I mean, you always learn, I know I'm jumping around here a little bit, but I remember somebody asked me one time, what was one of the best books you ever read on trading? And I said, it's the Order book, just by looking at the book itself. And when I see this book right now, I look at it and go, it just feels weak to me. And I don't want that to totally feed into my bias of I want to be bearish just because I feel like the tape is weak. But I understand environment by watching the tape from a completely non-biased, viewpoint. And so when I look at the charts this morning, and I came in and I was at my full screens this morning, everything that I saw and continue to see continues to show me exactly what I'm feeling within the tape. And that's the market just continues to want to try and find lower prices. And a couple things that I look at when I look at these Bollinger Bands. First is, typically when we're in full mean reversion mode or contraction, what happens with the daily Bollinger Bands is the daily Bollinger Bands will start to go flat and then come inward. That's what happens. That did not happen this time, even on that move higher. And you guys can go back and look, and you can see many situations of when that happens. Just even look at this situation right here, where the market was going down, had that big move higher, right? Stabilized up near the highs. If you look at this right here, very similar situation to what we are now. And the Bollinger Bands continue to come inward, as you can see that, and the market grinded higher back up into the moving averages. Ultimately lower again, but ultimately, I'm saying ultimately a lot, the Bollinger Bands came inward. Not here. So on this big move higher consolidation, Bollinger Bands remain open. Why is that important to me? It's important to me because I think downside is still very vulnerable, and I think the lows are very vulnerable. I don't think we go there tomorrow, but I do think that the lows are back in the view of the market. And what I look for is a couple of things. One is I took a VWAP from this recent low, and I used 3 standard deviations. And so that VWAP off of this low comes in right basically at 52.50. So nice round number sitting right here, right? I look at the 8-day moving average. I look at where we are on a 1 and 2 standard deviation of the VWAP. I'll make this even wider. And you can see we just hugged the 2 standard deviation Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, stay below the 1 standard deviation, back right at the VWAP. Then what I did this morning, Jimmy talked about a 50% line between the low of this big green bar, low and the high of this big green bar. But I did it from the low of the year to the recent high, and 50% comes in right around 51.65 to 51.70, and 1 standard deviation below the VWAP comes in at right around 51.30. So 51.30 to 51.70-ish, we'll call it, is where I think we're headed. I see very little reason for us not to go back down there at this current moment. I think that, halfway back from the low to the high, I think it comes back into play. I think that the fact that this 52.50 is right, is this VWAP, and it's I think a nice round number, and why that matters is just because I think that the market is also looking at bigger picture areas again. We talked about this a couple weeks ago, where big picture areas were like widening out and like looking at what was happening on monthly and quarterly charts. Now I think we're back to maybe daily and weekly charts, less off the short term. Let's also not forget what happened with that JP Morgan collar. Comes in at 52.90 in SPX. That's the put they bought. We're back below that. They expect for us to close between 52.90 and 44.60 on that put spread that they talked about, the JP Morgan collar. So that comes in just above 52.50 on the futures. So that area I think is key to watch for. And again, we continue to fail at every single area that I look at. And so when I put all these things into my mind, I look at it and go, sell the rallies. No reason to buy the dips. You've got gold rallying. You've got Bitcoin now starting to join the party with gold rallying for the same reasons, in my opinion. You know, when you see that, it's a flight to, let's call that the quality trade, right? Bond markets can't go up, right? Rates back to 4.4% in the 10-year yield. Higher rate environment with gold and Bitcoin getting bid. When I put this all into play and everything I talked about just from watching the tape, hard for me to be bullish. I think it's just a sell the rally market. I'm not going into the other charts today. I'm going to go to you for the rest because I'm super focused on S&P right now, and I'll be looking to buy puts, and I think that we continue lower. The only way I turn bullish again, I should say this, a daily close today back above 52 or above 52.50. That would make me feel like, okay, they couldn't really kind of hurt them today. I'd still be bearish, but I'd be a little bit concerned. Ultimately, I would say where I would turn bullish again would be a close all the way back above this one standard deviation, back above the 8-day moving average, which would be 53.60 to 53.90. I don't see that in the cards, but I would be a little hesitant to be overly bearish and aggressive with a close above 52.50. Closes below 52.50, I think we're heading to 51.70 to 51.30, and I think within the day or so. That's my thoughts this morning.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, I've got similar levels, totally different methods, which is nice to see. I mean, just the appetite, the buy the dip appetite has definitely been tempered. There's just very few reasons to be extremely excited about this market right now when, you know, we don't know what's going on. I mean, a 90-day pause was great, but we still don't know what the hell's going on. So it's just 70, it's just 70 more days to, cause problems potentially and not know what's going on. So, what I'm looking at is, we've got my daily chart up and we talked about this back then, about the low, which wasn't horrible, but I would have preferred to spend more time and volume really below like 5,000. Like most of the volume that came in that week was above roughly 5,000. And if you look at just a profile off that low to current, we've put in, even with a light volume week last week, we've kind of put in more volume up towards the highs. And that's just not a fantastic look to me. So, I'm open still to the possibility, and this would make sense given the fact that we have all this uncertainty, that we just fill this out further. And it could just be some enormous range of consolidation that we see before a decision is made. So, to me, I'm certainly not looking for some huge upside breakout move at this point. And, I'm not necessarily looking for 4,400s this week or, next week necessarily. But I think filling in some volume a little bit lower in this range would potentially make sense. And, the real trade may not set up for, another few weeks. And so, we'll see how that goes. But, just looking at your weekly profiles, and we talked last week earlier, let's back up actually. So we opened on Monday last week and we gap opened above Friday's high. And I don't know how many ticks above the open we traded last week, but it wasn't many, right? I mean, all the action took place below the open. And once we saw sellers cap, 54.40s and drive this into a double distribution week down, I mean, to me, in a higher time frame downtrend, you get an inside week, but within that inside week, you get a double distribution to the downside. It's not a fantastic look, and it sets things up this week for an inside break to the downside. And so that's ultimately what's going to matter the most to me. If you just look at your weekly candles, are we, trading below last week's low? You mentioned 52.50, and that's where it's at. So, if we're finding continuation below last week's low, then, things are bearish, at least until we find fresh new buyers willing to step in and buy this puke. Now, on the flip side, if we do trade below last week's low, I mean, cash hasn't opened yet. We haven't traded a single minute. So this is, potentially a similar situation where we are currently trading below Friday's low or Thursday's low, I guess it was this last week, right? So we're going to open on a gap down. I mean, is it possible that we, open the week on a gap down and we just never really trade below the open, the exact opposite of last week? Well, that's possible. So I'll remain open to that, but generally I would like to fill out some of the volume in sort of the lower end of the range, give some strong hands a chance to accumulate if they are going to. But yeah, in terms of this week, really just monitoring the inside week and the break from that. I don't really expect an upside break, but you never know what the news cycle is going to bring. And then, as you mentioned, closing back above 5250. So if we come in and we drive lower and maybe we target, the 5170s, 5180s, and then come back in and then close back in this week's range. And I think you're probably going to need back above 5290s to feel a little bit more comfortable as opposed to just 5250s. But I mean, if something like that happens, then we can start working back through last week's range and it's not horrible. So, overall, not going to be surprised with any kind of a chop here. We talked about, I was watching the 4-3 candle. And if you did some candle math, then you got a 3-day candle with 4-3, 4-4, and 4-7. Everything to the right is inside of that. So, I mean, it's just a big chop fest overall. Bigger picture favors the bears for continuation to the downside. I was open to the possibility of like some better accumulation occurring on some kind of a higher low. But I mean, to be honest, I didn't really have 500 handles off the low in mind for where that reaccumulation would occur. So didn't really love the fact that we couldn't get back down here and spend some more time. So I really would like to see that, even if I want to be bullish in a couple of weeks. I mean, if we spent a couple more weeks in here and then ultimately, we swept out this low and then reverse back through the range, like that's a fantastically bullish setup. So not everything has to set up this week in terms of big picture. We do have earnings, so maybe it plays out regardless. But I'm leaning for lower prices. I would like to see at least some kind of retest of let's say the 5,000s. But I agree. I've got like 5170s, 5180s ish. Is on the table if we're remaining below 53.75, and we offered that from below on Thursday. And from there, if we lose that, 50-60s maybe come in. But I do have that 5130 spot that I'm monitoring potentially to trigger a little bit of a trap. So that's kind of the big picture to me, all about last week's low and whether we sustain an offer below that.
Yeah, I love seeing your work. It's great confirmation for me on my thoughts on whether or not I feel like I'm on the right path or not. I should always tell traders, my style now has moved into 1 day to multi-days. I am not in and out of the market. I'll typically take 1 to maybe 3 positions a week, sometimes more, depends on how much the price action is. And so I look at a little bit of a theme in the backdrop, and I'll look to see like what's happening in the marketplace. And if it's dominant, then it feeds into my shorter term. And I go back to where we are right now with gold getting bought up, Bitcoin getting bid up, rates going up. I look at that and say, not an easy environment for stocks to rally. Doesn't mean I'm going to be bearish, but then when I go to the charts and I watch the action as we grind lower, and then I watch where we are technically, how they can't hold support, and we continue to favor respecting resistance. I look at that as a one directional trade for me, and I only look to sell rallies, which I'll do, by buying puts most of the time. And so when you see what Pharm is doing, and I look at it as we get into what your daily plan is, I think it's just so important for everybody just to be true to their style. When you look at what I'm saying or what Pharm's saying is, have it with an open mind, but stay true to what it is that you're looking at. And so I do that same thing when I'm looking at you, Pharm. And it's funny when you come up with those same levels. 5130 for me is that area of the one standard deviation. I like deviations around VWAPs off of key lows or highs because it shows me just a range of where I think we can go around a VWAP. And I think that 5250, the fact that it was last week's low, and I look at it, even on your work, it's a pivotal area. And both of us the bulls have a lot of work to do to get back up to actually show to either one of us that they actually can take kind of the reins back. And so, I just wanted to say that because it just helps me understand my work and look at your work and just be prepared, but still true to what it is that I'm doing. So now take us through, I know we're at that time where we go through what it is that you're looking at for today's trade plan.
Yeah, so today, I mean, again, is mostly this first move is going to be about, it looks like, unless we get some rally in the next 30 minutes or something, looks like it's going to be about last week's low is going to be the first decision point right at that 52.50s. We're kind of sitting right around there. NQ's kind of sitting around its low from last week. Can't trade below the open, which again would be the opposite of what we did last week. And we rally, either back through last week's low, which actually that's a better setup to me. If we take it out during cash hours, and sellers have nothing, and we just reverse back through range, that I'm willing to play the long side today off of that failure. Whereas, if we're opening, we just drive through the overnight low wherever it ends up. I mean, right now it certainly is below last week's low. We drive through the overnight low, which would include last week's low, and there's just no bid. Then it's pretty straightforward to me. Just stay short. Probably talking about targeting the preceding week's open ultimately, until, or unless, again, you find some strong buyers that are willing to, put in some kind of a hammer week that closes back inside range. So if we do come up and, we've got a little bit of time left here. And so if we do come up towards, Thursday's low, I'm going to be saying Friday all day long, I'm sure about it. But if we come up towards Thursday's low and we haven't traded cash hours below last week's low, that I'm certainly potentially looking for shorts on failed reclaims of Thursday's low to kind of fill in some of this structure from the overnight profile and potentially retest, last week's lows. So we open inside. I'm definitely leaning towards shorting pops at this point in time. And, again, I think Thursday's low is a fantastic spot to look for that. I don't necessarily look to offer it directly. I actually prefer bulls to attempt to reclaim that and then just get stuffed back down. And then I would look to take that back to 52.50s, 52.60s. So definitely leaning towards shorts. I'm not looking necessarily to short, just jump in and dive short a couple of ticks below last week's low. But if we're developing value lower and lower through that low and bulls are unable to reclaim that low, then I'm just short and then monitoring each level for, potential relief. I've got like 50, let's call it like 52.30 is kind of a minor that sits just below the current overnight low. So, again, if we come down, sweep out the overnight low and we can't hold an offer, come back into last week's range, then, I'll be open to day trades. I still think it probably resolves lower. There was my overall bias there.
Yeah, and I was going back looking at some lows over the last week or two, and after that huge candle, that 10% up day, the next day where we came back down and, we went down basically 7% in S&P and NASDAQ. That low in the S&P was 5146.75, and the next day's low was 5206. This goes back to where we were before, Pharm, where you and I were talking about moments where the market is vulnerable when it can't hold lows. I think we're getting back in that same type of mindset in this market. I don't necessarily think it's the same because obviously the VIX was spiking and there was just all sorts of different things going on. I think that the VIX is unlikely to get back to those levels here unless there was a headline. So I don't necessarily see like the massive follow through. So be careful, everybody, on like new lows and like, the follow through like we were kind of saying before. But I do think below 5206 on the way down puts into play that low of 5146 and change in the S&P following that 10% up day. I think that the bulls just find it very difficult to gain, any sort of traction. If we start to take out that low of 5206, I think our eyes just start, as I said, for my work, I'm looking at 5130 to 5170 range, and that's smack dab in the middle of it. You said something similar. Just be careful, I think, below 5206 this morning on a Monday morning where everyone comes in off of a 3-day weekend. If we start to slip below that low, I will watch this tape and say, okay, what starts to happen here? Typically, I don't know how you feel about this Pharm too as well. When you come off of a 3-day weekend, I guess kind of last thoughts before we let you go today, ease your way into the day, small? Like, what are your thoughts coming in after, I know you probably ate, a bunch of ham and lamb, and I'm sure you had a pretty sizable meal yesterday, all chilled out with the kids, the family. What's the mindset coming in on a day like today?
Yeah, I mean, today, and especially because of where we're sitting, I mean, we're sitting right at last week's low, and big picture, the inside week is all that matters to me. Why do I need to be the first in today necessarily? Because there's going to be a battle for it. I mean, we would think. I mean, if there's not any kind of fight for it for bulls, then that's not good. But I mean, it's potentially a weekly trade, right? So it's a trade that can play out the entire week. So I don't really feel a need to rush in right at the open. I'm going to wait and see how today's profile develops. And if we're developing value lower and lower below last week's low, then it's easy enough to just find a short on a lower high to join. You mentioned the 51.46 swing low on Thursday. Whatever the date was, that was the day that I actually got kind of bullish on NASDAQ, because that basically allowed bulls to form a double distribution week to the upside from that week. And so that's going to be key. This past week, we went double distribution down. And so if we come down and we sweep out those lows, and I would look at that same date on NQ and look at that low. And if we come down and we tag that and, take it out, but we see strong bulls step back in and protect that distribution from that week, then that could, I mean, you're still going to have to reclaim this week's range, but it's definitely something that I'm still looking for. I would have liked to get it last week. If it was going to play out, I would have been very long that trade. This week, I'm still open to it. So I would love to see what happens, come into 51.30s, which would take out that 51.46 and 3/4 low, and then see if you wake up some bulls. I think that would be potentially a decent look to close the week strong. So it's a long week, not looking to jump in. We'll see what we get today.
Yeah, and that low in the NASDAQ that day was 17,919, which is really a stone's throw away from where NASDAQ is right now. So be on the lookout for that, everybody, too. I mean, NASDAQ leading lower this morning, down nearly 1.5%, while S&P's down 1%. Russell, not as weak, but it's just been taking the brunt of it most of this break anyway. So it does get interesting as the NASDAQ looks at that 17,919 low, and then last week's low in the NASDAQ was 18,116 and a quarter. And we did take that out as well. So you have confirmation that both indexes have taken out that low, but now we start to look out a little bit, and so we see where the market heads. Pharm, thank you as always. It's always so much fun to have you on here with me every morning. I really look forward to it each and every day. Everybody go check out Pharm on Twitter. He's one of the best on Twitter by far. His Twitter handle, I'm sure, is somewhere in the chat. Pharm Navy, give us some love. Hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss Pharm and I on here together Monday through Thursday. We're on from roughly 8:35-ish to 9 o'clock. And then before I let you go, did you miss me on Thursday or what? He's saying nothing. He can't hear us. See, that's some disrespect there, folks. Did you see that? He said all of a sudden he can't hear me. He pulled, I don't want to say his name. What was that question? Anyway, I think we lost Pharm. So that's a hard no, Alex. Yeah, he did that on air. I had to ask that too, didn't he? He just totally froze me out. He pulled that, China hack again on me. Now we know. Now we know. He'd never not say that he missed me on a Thursday. That's never going to happen. So, all right. Well, next up, Nick4aTick for Trade the Open. It's the first time Nick and I are going to be on air together. Look, and he didn't wear his hat for this. Oh, he's all brushed up and ready to go. Let me make sure I'm good here. Hold on a minute. All right, let's go. All right, Nick. Good morning.
Good morning. How's everyone doing?
I'm doing great, man. I'm super excited to have you on with us here in the morning. We've been watching you guys in the afternoons. I got to tell you, you guys in the afternoons, I just love it. I mean, absolutely killing it. I mean, the camaraderie you guys are building with all the traders in the afternoon, and it's by far the toughest segment, and how you guys balance between, talking about smoking meats and getting long or short and all the trades that you guys have been taking during this volatility. Can't tell you how much I appreciate you guys.
Thank you. I mean, it's an interesting, like we said, an interesting time of day. I don't think a lot of us that day trade or do this full time in some capacity, I feel like we're all watching the we're watching Power Hour, we're engaged, but we may not use it as the main trading vehicle that we kind of utilize during the day. So yeah, there are some times when it becomes a little bit like we're just kind of in a friend's podcast or whatever you would like to see it, an episode of the Joe Rogan Experience, like just guys having fun and trading a little bit, kind of just hanging out, finding good entries, talking about markets, talking about random things that are just going on in the world and in our personal lives. So it's a lot of fun. If you have not checked out the afternoon, I highly recommend Trading Close. We've had a lot of fun the last few weeks.
Yeah, and spotlight what you're going to be doing for us starting next Sunday.
Yeah, if you've been living under a rock here on NinjaTrader Live, or at least not checking out Trade the Close with the OFL team, we have been talking about it slowly, kind of just pushing out the announcement. But starting this Sunday, I will be doing a basically weekly kickoff prep show on Sunday nights right before we kick off the Globex Open. So at 4:45 Central Time, you can hang out with me. And we will be going through a light prep and attack for the week, as well as kind of like what's on the docket as far as earnings releases and news releases, data, and just pretty much kind of getting a way to look at a way to kind of attack the week and have a rough plan for ES, NQ, GC, and CL. A little bit of the way I prep, which is not necessarily going to be a full-fledged, super in the weeds, but important levels of significance, and maybe a few ideas that I'm kind of looking to keep in the back of my mind as we head into the week. Obviously, being a trader in the United States, somebody on Central Time, there's a number of situations where I do my prep for the Sunday Open. And of course, by the time I get to my desk at 8:30, it's a completely different ballpark of where price action is currently sitting. So that's kind of the plan. We're gonna have a little hangout Sunday nights, get an idea of where we're opening, where we're trading, and what the week looks like starting on Sundays. So we're gonna do that starting, like I said, at 4:45 Central this week. And yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. I think the plan in the long term is to have some individual traders kind of hang out with me too every once in a while, see how everyone else potentially preps for their week, things that other guys like Leo, Stowe, others are kind of looking at to how they typically prep too. So it should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, no, I look forward to it. Make sure you hit like and subscribe and set your reminders for us in the mornings and for the Orderflow Labs crew in the afternoons. And of course, now for Nick on Sunday nights. Nick, speaking of prep, walk us through what you're looking at this morning, my brother.
Sure. So, how do we kind of attack this week? If you were trading at all last week, we were basically in a pretty small range inside week, especially given the velocity of the last few weeks of volatility here. And something I've been talking about, I guess, in the afternoons on the show is we are still living inside the good time to buy candle from the Trump tweet that led to the whatever we're calling the tongue-in-cheek pause of 90 days for tariffs. So for the time being, we're still kind of sitting at the top edge of that range. And I have a weird feeling we may just kind of be consolidating range bound inside at least the top half of this candle for the foreseeable future until something changes in the rhetoric. And then looking at the tight range from last week, an area I'd be watching as we come into the open here is, do we get a trip back up towards the Sunday open up here towards 5280s? And I'm kind of waiting and gauging. I want to see what the reaction is there. Do we just get a bullish momentum move to maybe go test last week's value area low? Obviously, last week being a shortened week, a holiday week, I think there's a lot of it's a good idea potentially to be patient in the early parts of this week. Don't get too excited. I think the early part of this week, people are getting back to the desk. I think some people are still probably even shaking off the Easter blues or all of the ham from yesterday. So no need to kind of come into this week guns a-blazing, but I'd be looking to see, do we get any sort of reoffer at the weekly open from Sunday, or do we make a hard push to go try to close that Sunday gap? I always hate when we gap up, gap down to start the week. It just kind of for at least it's something psychological for me where it just may keep me out of a few trades in the early parts of this week as I'm kind of waiting to see do we have any sort of magnet move towards filling that Sunday gap before we kind of get a shakeout of kind of those early part of the week and those moves. So I'm really looking to see, first of all, do the lows from last week hold, or do we actually break this kind of consolidation balance range that we've been in between kind of those 5200s all the way up to kind of the 5450s before we kind of get that next move of this potential leg, whether it's another leg down and making a new low, or do we just continue to kind of balance and move higher until there's new information? So historically, when we break that kind of balance, I am never going to be one of the first people to want to fade that move. I always like to try to go with it, not necessarily catch the big break of it or be the first person to catch the break one way or the other. But for the most part, I want to, scalp some points in the direction of that break. So I'd be watching, at least off the open, we are sitting right around last week's low in ES, around 5250s, and in NQ around that 18,120 spot. So for me, until there's kind of some decision based off those areas, I may be sitting on my hands a little bit to start this open and to start this week. There's no need to, I think, go a little crazy, given that it looks like we may be potentially breaking this balance towards the downside. Do we come and retest some of those lows, kind of that post Trump candle correction, whatever? We were corrected about, I think, 6 or 7% off that 10 to 12% move back up that day. So I'm also kind of watching those lows around those lows as well, around 5150s.
Yeah, the greatest day ever in the stock market. Not my words, but
I mean,
yeah,
Stowe and I were on the air.
We spent so
during
much
that,
time in
and
that
it was
candle.
absolutely insane.
It was unbelievable. I know. I was actually listening to you guys, and I had went to Tracy, and I said, "What's going on?" She's like, "Oh," she's telling me about it. And I'm looking at it, and I go, "This thing is just going to be a nonstop now, just a total chaser day." And what's crazy about it is that day has now really set the tone, which is what they wanted anyway. But it's now set the tone for so much of what we're doing technically as traders. So it set the tone for the market going forward in terms of tariffs, but also technically because we're all looking inside the body of this massive candle, and the market continues to be in this test phase. Chad's saying a couple things about the chart. Maybe you can make it pop a little bit more so it's easier for them to see. I don't know if this is a chart you're going to be using to trade all day in, but I'm sure Nick will modify it along the way. He's not in a big rush right now to trade right now anyway.
On Sundays, I'm going to make my candles white so they really do pop off the black background, and even some of the volume profile things. I'm building a new chart book for the prep series, and we're going to be utilizing something very similar to this visually so that you guys can see some of the key MGI levels that I'm looking at. And then I'm going to have a weekly stacking volume profile so we can really look at how the market is moving. But I'll do it with some brighter colors and brighter candles. But we'll be trading off, if you've never seen some of the the Orderflow Labs execution charts, my lovely red and blue candles here that will pop a little more. So we'll get to take a look at some volume and delta based candles to kind of execute for the open here. But yeah, this should be an interesting start to the week. Like I said, historically, I don't love trading. I'm not the first person to press a button on Monday morning, especially after a holiday week. So I'm very curious to see how we kind of move off this open. Sitting at last week's low, do we get any sort of move back up towards the Sunday open to potentially go trade and close that gap? But we'll see.
Go to that OFL chart you're going to be trading with, because obviously you guys are newer to the morning session now and to the afternoon. Everyone's used to it. Quick rundown of what this is for the Orderflow Labs crew. You guys all use similar charts. I don't think they're all the same, but for the most part, give us the gist of what we're looking at. Sure.
So I'm going to be trading off volume-based candles in ES this morning. So you'll be seeing about a 1500 volume is how my candles are structured for ES. I usually use anywhere between 300 and 500 on NQ, but going to be trading ES this morning. So for the most part, as you see these delta candles basically change color, it's giving you that that, let's say 1500 volume on ES, it's going to give me the basically the delta of that for that these candles as they're building. So as they turn red, you're getting a lot of negative delta, potentially moving lower, moving higher, with positive delta being the blue. And when you see some of these like little stars, that's showing you a flip in kind of that net delta for those candles. So as well as a lot of the things that I use is going to be a number of different MGI signals, some VWAPs, as well as a leg-to-leg volume profile, or excuse me, not volume profile, delta by price profile that will start building for the various leg that we are currently on in a rotation. So you'll see this. I need to make this a little bigger for everybody. I know this is really small how it's coming through to the YouTube folks. So we'll adjust this to, I'm still kind of playing around with my chart books in NinjaTrader as we're continuing to do these shows. But yeah, you'll see as, since I have this set to 1500 volume, you'll see this start to really kick off as we get closer to the open and real volume starts coming in. But it does give us a really cool picture. I don't think a lot of people that have been watching the Orderflow Labs guys have actually seen how, when this thing really cooks, I would say, is when volume really is picking up and moving. So the open, as we get closer to kind of the latter half of power hour, you may have noticed it is a really cool tool that the team has developed for us to trade off of. So you'll see this continue to change colors, even have some variance in the shade of red or blue when we get to those extremes in positive or negative delta as well. And when you see something like this in that pre-market little flush that we had around 6:30 a.m., you see this almost turn into a lighter shade of red. And then you get an exhaustion basically printing down here, this little circle. And then we actually flipped it to a positive delta and made this move back up. So when we get towards extremes, you'll see that shading kind of change too. So another variation in the delta map tool for how these candles are repainted based on that net positive or negative delta for that time period. So some cool stuff. And we'll continue to kind of talk about it as these are printing here today.
Great. Everybody, make sure you follow Nick on Twitter and check out what the Orderflow Labs crew is doing on their site. They've got a ton of tools that are available on the NinjaTrader platform. I've requested their workspace. I have it up there. We've been getting a lot of requests for it, and I know you guys have some free versions. I'll let you maybe talk about that if people ask that in chat. I know a lot of people have been talking more and more in chat. Again, if you guys are in the morning session and Orderflow Labs is new to you guys this morning, definitely check out what they are doing. And make sure you don't miss them in the afternoon. Nick, we got you, and then we got our boy Stowe following you today, so I will be tuned in, ready to go. And I appreciate you, man. I look forward to seeing you more and more on the network. Really can't thank you enough for being here today.
Of course. I know I'm not Tanya Trades, but I'm going to do my best to give you guys a little bit of fun and some entertainment here this morning. Hopefully some good trades. But I appreciate it. I'm very excited to be a part of this team and continue to work with you guys. And if you have not seen Stowe trade shortly after me, I mean, just another excellent trader and a really cool, good human being. So shortly after me, I know he's jumping on here today. And then I will be back this afternoon as well. So you'll get a full day with me trading this afternoon as well. I believe Leo's joining me today, but it'll be a lot of fun. Like I said, if you guys have not caught the Trade the Close with Orderflow Labs, I do recommend you guys tune in around power hour in the afternoon. Even if you're not trading, just kind of hanging out. That's what the afternoon segment has become. We're finding trades, we're talking through markets, but it really is just kind of like you're hanging out with your trading buddies, almost like you're cracking an ice cool beverage and just watching price action and hanging out, because that's pretty much how the afternoon has gone at times. As you know, it can be a little slow, it can be a little wonky as we get closer towards the M period and to MOC, things pick up a little bit, but you get those lulls sometimes in the afternoon. So we fill that airspace with some good engagement, some good comedy, some laughs, some fun, and we're talking markets. We're giving you the perspective. So if you have not checked it out, I highly recommend it. It is a lot of fun with our crew, and we talk through a lot of these tools and how to use them, how we execute with some of these. And I think as Crudele was saying, there is even a freemium edition with some of these indicators, not necessarily Delta Map, but there is a lot of cool tools that the team has made available free of charge, indicators that can be plugged directly into your trading platform, pretty much any of the major ones, whether you are using NinjaTrader or something else too. There is a way to start getting things like MGI and some of the other tools that the team has developed into your platform to just help your trading a little bit. There's some good stuff. So highly recommend it. You can check it out. I'm sure we can find a link to paste in the chat to some of those additions, but I do think there's a ton of value in some of these indicators and tools as a way to complement your trading too. It's not going to be a signal like when you see some of these things print as we're going through this here today. These are not buy or sell signals. These are added confluence that you guys can, use potentially to give you another feather in your cap or confluence to make an entry or to shake you out of a trade. I would say sometimes when some of these things fired and it's against maybe my initial bias or direction on a move, it's a good reason to potentially, shake me out maybe before my stop gets ran or something, just because this is telling me exactly what's kind of going on in the auction as far as order flow and direction. So yeah, excited to be here today. Has anyone traded this pre-market, all night? This has been pretty much just a gap down and continuing to move lower. So has anyone been trading? Do you guys trade in the overnight, in the pre-market? This is usually a time I'm very much hands off. If we don't have anything new, any news driven event type thing at like 7:30 Central, I usually am sitting on my hands and just waiting for the open and even sometimes the initial balance to set before I really jump in, especially on a Monday morning. But it'll be really cool on Sunday to talk about the Globex Open with everybody. So hopefully everyone can hang out. I know we're going to continue to kind of evolve that and see what you guys want from me and the team as we get closer to those, as far as like a prep, as well as, other things you want us to kind of cover. I'm in the long term going to talk a little bit about what we're seeing as far as like option levels, gamma levels, and how they are kind of sitting inside of various spots on ES, on NQ. So we'll talk a little bit about that. I'm gonna get more comfortable using Mentor Q so that I can actually articulate what I'm seeing and how it can translate into key levels for futures too. So as we're going through this here this morning, feel free to throw questions in. As I said, I'm going to be sitting on my hands a little bit for the open so we can keep this relatively conversational and hang out. What time frame is this chart? So this is going to be me operating on a 1500 volume chart for ES. On NQ, I use usually a 300 or 500 volume as far as my execution. Keep in mind, that's what you guys are seeing. This is what I usually press buttons on. But for the most part, I do then operate with a 5 minute, with a 1 hour as well. It's just typically my execution chart for Delta Map and some of the indicators that I use to kind of help me guide entries is going to be a shorter time frame like this. So as I was kind of saying when I came on, I'm very curious to watch last week's low. I know it's a shortened week. We had a holiday, so I guess grain of salt with some of this. It did feel a little low volume, draggy most of last week. It was an inside week, so I don't know how much it's going to hold. Obviously, we could go chase down, as we were talking about, kind of the bottom edge of this balance range. I know it's pretty wide when we look at the, not the Liberation Day candle, but the good time to buy candle, as I keep calling it. But the lower edge of this, I think Pharm was talking about 5150s would kind of be that lower edge of that corrective move the day after we had that Trump candle. So if this previous week low doesn't hold, I would expect us to go down towards 5,200 and test that. And if we lose that, probably you're going to head down 5150s, which 100 points in the way it's kind of trading, even with the VIX at opening around 30, 32 this morning. I mean, that 100 points down is not out of the norm, out of the realm that we could see. But ever since then, I mean, we sold off the following day. We kind of came back up towards last week's value area high, reoffered again up there, and have just had trouble kind of continuing to build and make this move higher. It just seems like we're in a regime currently since, I guess, whatever the all the tariff news was just the uncertainty the market needed to continue to just kind of want to sell this a little bit higher. You're still seeing those longer time frame sellers be in this market. So until something changes, I would say until we can build volume above this candle, above 5,500s, it looks like we are just going to continue to sell pops. So that's kind of what I've been trying to do. I mean, I play both sides, but on the longer time frame, it really does seem like any sort of pop is being reoffered and sold. So yeah, it really does. And we do still have 2 gaps. That's crazy. So how's everyone looking at this going into this week? I'd love to hear from everybody. Does last week's low hold, and do we continue to kind of stay in this little inside balance range of about 200 points? Or do we come back up maybe towards the Sunday open, maybe fill the gap, kind of come up? I guess something from a longer time frame this week I'd be loving to see is a reaction at last week's value area low up here towards 5,300, 5,330s. Do we get another reoffer for another leg down in that general area? I mean, we would fill the Sunday gap, maybe go retest, like I said, 5,335s, 5,340s even, and then maybe we reoffer up there too. So coming into about 3.5 minutes to the open. Very curious to see how we start this week. Yeah, so far we came down. That pre-market really did kind of make that excess low, and you saw some buyers, like you can see here on the Delta map, even in the pre-market on ES, you did see some buyers come in and kind of defend that 5240s area, that now going to be overnight low spot. So far, we'll have to see here in a couple minutes, but it looks like maybe this low is going to hold for now, at least maybe off the open. I don't know. Is the UK in a holiday too? I feel like someone said bank holiday, but I do not know. Yes, it is. Okay. Yeah, Europort holiday today, UK bank holiday. Yeah, so with that too, I mean, is volume from the overnight a little lower? It's all possible with this kind of just stair-stepping slow grind down off the Sunday open. But we'll see. I'm curious to see what our US friends do coming off the 3-day weekend. Do we find some buyers early to potentially go try to fill this gap? But it will be a lot of fun starting on Sunday to hang out with you guys for the Globex Open and just come up with a rough plan. We're going to do a little bit kind of what I had talked about when we came on the air, but we'll do it for all 4 of, I think, the main assets that a lot of us trade, being CL, GC, ES, and NQ. But for the most part, I mean, I am an ES NQ trader. I do dabble every once in a while on longer time frame with a few micros in GC and NCL, trying to catch some larger moves. My claim to fame still is catching the 2500 low in gold as I was sitting in the delivery room waiting for the birth of my first child, and was doing it as a swing long around 2500 and or 2550s, and covered very quickly because I had better things to do in my personal life, and that actually marked the short-term low that we were sitting in down there in November. So I'll always remember that. But yeah, so I do still do a light prep every week for CL and GC, even though I don't really actively trade it, but I know a lot of people do, so we'll still talk about it and give you at least a rough perspective from my point of view is of where we can go. And we are open. So I'm going to jump to my execution chart so we can actually see this. So far, buyer stepping in right off the open, off that previous week low to drive us a little bit higher. So I'm going to wait and see. As I said, I'm going to be sitting on my hands a little bit to start this week. Coming out of a holiday, coming out of a 3-day weekend, not a lot I want to do to be the first person to press a button and buy this, but I'm going to be watching that reaction if this 5250 area holds for the time being. There we go. All right. So far it looks like they are really going to try to step in and hold last week's low, but maybe we come up, retest the VWAP from the open on Sunday or yesterday. How do we get to that indicator that labels the previous week low? So I believe in the freemium edition of OFL, they do include, I believe, weekly and monthly MGI. It might just be weekly, could be the monthly one too, but there is a bunch of these indicators pre-built that you can basically slap on your chart and select the market generated information that is relevant to you. So a lot of the ones I use, obviously previous day low, previous day high, last week low, value area lows, like all of that in that MGI is sitting inside that indicator. So you don't have to market yourself. I think a lot of us, when it comes to prepping for each session, prepping for the week, having just the basic MGI is super valuable and saves you a lot of time. You don't have to then go draw lines and boxes or whatever it is you may do because the platform and the indicators will just spit it out for you. So it takes a lot of that guesswork out, those eyeballing of those levels too. So ES came down, just wick back to the previous week low and is building back above. NQ seems to be driving a little higher so far. So if you are bullish on last week's lows holding, so far so good in the NASDAQ. ES still kind of meandering around that 5250 spot. Yeah, so far, not seeing what I want to see in ES. Really not a ton of enthusiasm driving this higher just yet. So a lot of what I do typically when we kick off a week, kick off a session is at the very, very least, I'll let the 5-minute opening range kind of settle, possibly the 30-minute, possibly initial balance. It really just depends on kind of what I'm seeing. ES really is driving lower. So far is losing that previous week low. Let's see what happens if it returns back up. Okay, so the 5-minute opening range has been set. Still going to be sitting right around that previous week low. Nothing to do yet. So far, pretty lackluster open. ES looks a little weak. And is driving lower. All right, losing the 5-minute opening range low. Let's see if we go take out the overnight low. This could be a little spicy for those early buyers there off the open. It really is. That is not what you want to see if you wanted to buy this. I would expect this to be taken out. And there it goes. So not ideal since we were losing that overnight low on ES and NQ, losing last week's low. Now we start talking, do we start heading down toward 5200s on ES and kind of go test the bottom edge of this last 2 weeks of balance that we've kind of been in. Very weak open in ES. NQ looked like it was trying, really was trying there. So a question for the chat, as everyone is kind of coming into this week, coming off a 3-day weekend. I mean, how do you guys just sit on your hands typically? Are you guns blazing right off the bell? Already took a trade here this morning? Or is everyone kind of just doing what I do, which is just wait, see how things settle and see how we kind of develop off this little lackluster open? I definitely am somebody that waits a little bit, sits on my hands, and just kind of is patient in the early part of this week. Mondays historically are probably my lowest P&L point wise. I may just try to hit 1 or 2 trades if I get something good. I just don't put a ton of risk on Mondays. I tend to just kind of flow into my week a little bit, take some scalps. I've not seen anything to trade yet. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling. Half size on Mondays. Yeah, there's something to that. I'm just not, I don't like to put just a ton at risk. And then cause it's that weird mentality where if you start slow, you're not setting yourself up, to kind of bounce back from like red to green to start the week. If you take a stupid trade out of the open or to kick off the week, and then I feel like you're kind of in a mentality where you feel like you're kind of battling back in the early part of this week just to get back to break even. if you take a loss. So I like to keep it small, try to find a decent trade, and then call it a session. You guys will be getting a lot of me today, so we'll see how much I do trade here today, this afternoon, but hopefully we can find something decent here in a few minutes. Came back, retested that overnight low again. Totally feel that way on Mondays. It's bothered me for a long time, but have to use the weekend to clear my head. Yeah, I feel that. It's very easy to come in as soon as the market's open, especially after a 3-day weekend. You're excited, you want to trade, you want to press buttons. But just letting it settle, I think, is always the better idea. Yeah, Mondays and Fridays usually are my like lowest activity type days. Nobody wants to go into the weekend red or turn a decent week into a crappy one just because you took too many trades or you screwed something up on a Friday and then you're kind of stewing and thinking about it all weekend. And then you come out guns blazing Monday morning and you dig yourself into an even bigger hole. So far, still struggling. NQ continuing to struggle at last week's low. I'd like to see us if we come back down here a little bit, or if we pop back into this opening range low, potentially try a long, but still early. Yeah, it still seems to just be kind of just stair stepping down ever since last night's open. Even came up, tested that same general area. I'm sure I could draw a crayon line here as well since the Sunday open. Just not a lot to do. Volume's low. Nothing to do just yet. All right, potentially retesting the overnight low again. Just nothing yet. You're teaching us to sit on our hands. I mean, we'll see. Let's see if this low holds again. Yeah, I don't love selling in the hole. So if this does break and continue to move lower, I look for potentially another move back up to reoffer. I never loved shorting the lows. Just not great at it. I'm also not great at breakouts either, even to the upside. All right, so coming back into overnight low, sellers really trying on the NASDAQ to push us lower. Still just hanging. NQ trying to make a new low. Are we back? Sorry, guys. Monday mornings. All right. So, looks like that low, we made a new low and came back. Everyone can hear me, see me. Are we good? You know what? Technology, my fault. Hardwired connections sometimes is no match for our lovely friends at AT&T. All right, hang on. Let me get my lay of the land again. Okay, we're back. Apologies, everybody. Good to see everybody once again. All right, so we took off that low NES, NANQ, and buyers stepped on the gas a little bit, but so far rejecting at that 5-minute opening range low. So let's see what happens here. I may try a long, potentially. I don't love that rejection again on NQ. It was right at last week's low. We did just kind of reoffer once again right there. So, but I do like that we took out that overnight low, made another new low, and then try to move back up. So potentially, let's see if we can find buyers again defending this area. Let me try this. Maybe not. Now it looks heavy. Dang. See if these buyers defend 18,060s again in NQ. I'm not loving this either direction yet. Oh God, Trump's tweeting again. What is the big dog himself saying? Preemptive rate cuts in rates being called for by many. So if you missed the quiet 3-day weekend without any chaotic, crazy Trump tweets, they are back with a vengeance early to start this week. Which I think the narrative at the end of last week, I think Thursday, when Stowe and I were on, it was still very much him calling for, that's what he's been doing for months, it feels like, Powell's resignation, basically. So it seems like that still may be the narrative going forward, that he wants Powell replaced or he wants them to cut rates, either way. But that's going to lead the airwaves here early this morning. And he's calling Powell Mr. Too Late. Lower interest rates now. So yeah, a tweet storm to start the week. Who doesn't love that? Tracy, he called him a major loser. Wow. He sounds like a Scooby-Doo villain. I really want to long this, but there's nothing that gives me hope just yet. Honestly, I'd love to see this back above that overnight low a little bit, with buyers showing me something. Mr. Too Slow. I love that. So as we were saying, if we can't find buyers here, we're probably going to rotate lower back towards the 200s on ES. And new lows. Has anyone pressed a button yet? Or is anyone a little gun shy like me? Press button before the RTH open. I'm short, not till 10. So many buttons. I know. It's very easy to press a button. I do feel like I've matured in my trading to staying out until there's a potentially a better entry. So far, this has been a little bit of a hot mess. Unless you caught the short early. But even then, I mean, there was nothing that really gave me a lot of confidence outside of just taking the play. Like, buyers aren't showing you anything coming in. Like, you could potentially look for, I mean, even in NQ, even looking at the, I guess, the VWAP from the Sunday Open, I would have still been kind of sitting maybe in a limit a little bit higher on NQ before trying to short this maybe down to go break the overnight low. But yeah, nothing with a great entry yet. I mean, there's been like 2 reoffers at the previous week low on the NASDAQ. That doesn't give me a lot of confidence in long so far. Still just not meandering, stair stepping down, just lower and lower. Not give me an entry, just a slow grind to the downside. Which is so hard because the reflex is just wanting to buy these dips back down to try to catch that larger move up. It's just everything's being sold and there's no structure on these lows that makes me confident wanting to buy this yet. So it may be worth waiting to the top of the hour here, seeing if anything changes as we head into B period. But so far, this is just like a slow car crash down. So 5,200 or bust, very possible. Ooh. Some big bid just came in on NQ. Yeah, I think a 300 lot order just came in. Glad to have Nick here. Thank you. Any word on Tanya? I believe Tanya's on vacation. I think she was enjoying the Easter holiday. So I would imagine she's back. I'll let the team behind the scenes confirm that, but I would imagine she will be back next week. But the 300 lot came in at 18,000 on NQ, another 60 lot sitting there and just got eaten. So, oh, no bueno. Yeah, it looked about 350 to 400 at that 18,000 spot, excuse me. It just kind of came in. Oh, Tanya's back tomorrow. Thank you, team. So yeah, I appreciate everybody hanging out. I know I am not Tanya, but I still appreciate everybody being here. That's some big shoes to fill. You know, hanging out covering for her during this open, but I'm glad everybody's here. I'm glad for the opportunity. It's a lot of fun to do this with you guys. I mean, man, there really was not a great short entry. Like maybe that NQ one, that previous week low reoffer, once we broke the RTH view up there, I mean, that might have been the only short, but even then, that's a little sketchy because we had already broken the overnight low twice. And it looked like buyers were trying there. It's chill here, not a clown show. Yeah, I do enjoy being on this, guys. The audience is great. Everybody has been awesome so far, hanging out when we're trading the afternoons. It's been a lot of fun. So if you've been watching this show, just hanging out for the opens, if you can find a way, if you're working a 9 to 5, to still hide that YouTube chat and show somewhere in your AirPods, on your phone, whatever, to hang out with us in the afternoon with the Orderflow Labs crew, I highly recommend you do it. The show has been excellent. Takes the loneliness out of trading. Absolutely. That's one of the reasons I've enjoyed doing it so much. It just feels like I'm trading, hanging out with my friends, and just kind of having fun with it. Oh man, they are just stair stepping this lower. You should check out 1,000 volume. We're only about a 1/4 mil vol. It's giving me more insight this morning. Now, what's the next area down on NQ? Yeah, I got that LVN down to 900s, 915s maybe. See if we get a bounce there. But the question, if we come down to 915s, do we just get a pop back to this order? I mean, maybe. I don't know. There's just nothing here yet. Unless you caught that first short. I mean, possibly 206, 205s on ES. Got to about 207. Buyers trying on the NASDAQ, front running that a little bit. Let's see, I may try the long. Not that risk. Never too late to grit your teeth and sell market. I mean, it seems like that's worked since February OPEX, basically. Or just the close your eyes and sell it when we were in the close your eyes and buy it, when you basically could have just marketed long for since 2023 and been right, depending on how much drawdown you really got. It just seemed like it was so easy. You could just press the blue button, or the green button rather, and be just about okay every trade. Not anymore. I think that's why I have trouble. I've had trouble the last, like catching these. Like I've caught reversals or the reoffers that are higher after a good move back up. But it's like when we start moving down like this, I just have a hard time jumping along with it out of fear that I'm just going to get run over eventually by buyers. But yeah, we're coming into that spot where at least a reflexive type bounce makes a lot of sense down, like we said, to 5200s and kind of that 900 to 915 spot on the NASDAQ. So far, that low's holding on ES and NQ. So we'll see if we get a little more structure here. We are starting to build some volume down here. And I'm probably going to break this low just as I said that. Yep, there it goes. I kind of want to long this. I just don't love the 10 points of risk back down to 5,200, and it could just wick into 52s, going to the 90s a little bit. NQ still about 40, 50 points of downside. So nothing from buyers, man. It really is, Jim. It really is kind of that slow car crash. I'm just not seeing anything from buyers. It's all negative delta. You're starting to see a little bit of positive come in here on ES. I'm not seeing it on NQ, unfortunately. Just nothing. Nobody buying this yet. I know. I want to buy it too. Risky Panda, Nick, why are you looking for a long only bias? It's not that I am. It's just I never saw a good entry short outside of a yes here, maybe at the opening range low, this little retest here, or possibly once we broke the overnight low again. But given where we kind of were, I just don't love. For me, it was just kind of hard to define risk. Like I said, on NQ, I think you had a cleaner short off that off the RTH VWAP in the previous week low. There was that reoffer that kind of came in there, but a little late. And I still probably would have been sitting, waiting a little bit higher to potentially get in, or waiting to see, do we pop back into kind of the 120s, 130s on NQ before trying that short. And I just never got it. Just wasn't the cleanest reoffer spot for me to define risk. Like I said, we had already broken the overnight lows. Buyers were coming in as far as the positive delta that I was seeing kind of us push back above the overnight lows. And I've taken that short a million times, and I've gotten run over in that first 30 minutes several times. So for me, I just couldn't find a good short entry so far off this open. I think it's because the tape is moving slow. We are just kind of drifting lower and lower. But yeah, it's not that I have a long only bias. I'm just I just kind of feel like we may get a tradable pop here somewhere off these lows. And we are still continuing to build volume down here in ES, but nothing I want to do. It still feels like we may just continue to make another move lower. I'm not great at shorting in the hole too. So for me, for a reoffer, I mean, 52.25, 52.30s possibly, but it's hard for me to want to short just short anywhere in this 52.10s kind of spot to, hold for a new low. I just don't trust sellers. I never do. They just tend to fumble all over themselves again and again and again. If we were like violently ripping down, then yeah, I'm happily jumping along short. But this just doesn't feel that way. Are these just some late sellers coming in off the overnight as well, trying to push us down? And then Do we get a pop back into the opening range? It's very possible. Like if we were to break these, like if we were to lose 51.50s, then yeah, I'd say we're probably going to go retest the low of that Trump candle before we popped down toward 50, down towards 5,000s. But until we kind of get down here, I'm kind of just expecting maybe we continue to be range bound in the top half of that candle. Of course, when he's lobbing tweet bombs at trying to, whatever you would want to call it, calling for Powell's resignation or rate cuts, it's hard to want to do anything. Yeah, the chat was talking about that April 10th type low. So somewhere between that 51.80s, 51.50s as we were talking about, which basically is, I mean, a little more than half back on ES. I think on NQ, that low is roughly half of that chaotic move that afternoon. But so far, that low is holding. Still seeing some positive deltas, some buyers defending here. Point of control has shifted down to 52.13s. Still very much a wait and see. Do I press a button and hope for the best? You shouldn't be pressing buttons. Yep. Oh, okay. I should be hotkeying. You're not wrong. I think I missed the window to do hotkeys. And now that I'm basically out of the sling, I'm not out of the sling yet. If you didn't know, I had shoulder surgery about a month ago. I'll be hopefully clear. I might be clear out of the sling Wednesday. We'll find out, maybe another week. But as I'm sitting at my desk here, I've learned my arm doesn't move. I'm just moving my wrist. So take the sling off because I've learned trying to do a production, talking to a mic, navigate several screens. It's just the most annoying thing in the world to be limited with one arm. So no hotkeys. Oh. I can't tell who's absorbing who. It looks like buyers getting absorbed up here at the point of control. All this positive delta kind of sitting there on this leg to leg that's built. It's all this blue you see. That's all positive delta at this little range high that we're sitting in. They pop it though. See if all these late sellers get just steamrolled back up toward 52.30s. But if not, these buyers are in big trouble. We may puke and get that move down to 5200s. Let's see, NQ going for that low. This feels like holiday hangover. I don't know about you guys. I mean, I know we're down 2%, but it sure doesn't feel like it. Yeah, this is derpy. Agreed. I guess in theory, you buy or you sell the break of this little consolidation on this low, given the point of control shot down. If we pop this, you kind of start thinking, do we just get an inside D, Dave? Just a balance. But I don't know yet. This is WrestleMania 41 hangover. I have not watched pro wrestling in a long time. While we're waiting for this range break, how was everyone's Easter Sunday? Everyone enjoy some ham, some brisket, some prime rib. I was not hosting last night, so we barbecued at my in-laws and just hung out. Looks like we're going to go for these lows, though. All right, ES new low. Let's see if they can push it down 5200s. NQ looks ugly and looks heavy. Let's see if there's a reaction on that April 10th candle down towards the 915s, 900s. All right, so if we don't find buyers here, like right here, right now, I think you start looking, is this going to be just a slow drift down trend day? And in which case my bias goes to really stop looking for longs and start waiting to find the spot to re-offer this a little bit higher. So you want to see 900s defended. So far, so good. Yeah, that was a lot of buyers trying around 5210s, and they got nowhere. Let's see if we can build some structure or get back into this range, in which case maybe that's the low, but I'm still seeing nothing, guys. Yeah, this is just moving lower. Another new low NQ. Yeah, so I guess the point of control shifting down, all of that positive delta that was building here. I mean, there was your logic to define risk probably a little bit above this range for a short, for that low down to 52, or sorry, the short down to 5200s of a break. So there was that opportunity, but same thing, kind of a coin flip, not the trade I usually would take, but that's probably how you would have had to read it. I can see a flush to 85s and 90s on ES. If no hold, I'm going to bed. You may not have the worst idea there, regardless if it does or not. So far, this tape is screaming, go back to bed. For our friends probably on the West Coast that may have woken up early to potentially trade this coming out of a holiday weekend. But like I was saying, if we can't hold this spot, probably going down another 50 points on ES, in which case like I said, we start looking at this as more of a trend day down. $900 held again. Some buyers stepping in here. Let's see. Nothing here screaming long yet. What type of chart is this? This is a 1500 volume ES chart. And my candles repaint based on the delta of that 1500 volume. So when you see blue, positive delta, red, negative delta. And when you see the shading change, it means we're kind of in a more extreme negative or positive delta. So far, there's really not been any extreme positive delta. Everything has been to the downside. Oh, what to do? What to do? Like, do you try a long here at 5200s with the stop for a new low down towards 95s or something? Probably. Slow car crash still. Still fighting at that 915 spot on NQ. Yeah, life hacks. It's kind of what I'm. It's just like the risk is 50 points down almost in theory. NQ, God only knows. Yeah, there's like a high volume edge down. I mean, in the 800s. So it's like your risk down here is not great trying to long this if this spot doesn't hold. So it really is kind of like if we break inside of 900s, you should probably be out because it could easily waterfall another 50, 60 points on NQ. And like we said, on ES, there's another 40, 50 points of downside as well. My best trades are always a product of being patient on Monday and sometimes not even trading, just getting a grasp on the week's volatility. Trading for keeps. I agree. This is kind of like that, where, I mean, there hasn't been the cleanest of entries. Like we said, unless you caught that early short, there's nothing that's really pushed me to want to jump into this long. I mean, I'm sure you would have taken some stop outs trying, but there's nothing really pushing me to want to push a button just yet. Buyers aren't showing me anything, and even the sellers are not stepping on the gas. That really makes me take them. I mean, it's still kind of keeping me looking for longs, I guess. The sellers haven't shaken me out of thinking we're going to potentially bounce and balance in this. Oh yeah, look at that. Thanks, Tracy. Nvidia down 5.5% inside, or trading around 95s. So Mag 7 getting a little bit walloped so far to start this week. Tesla down almost 7%. Amazon down almost 4. Google and Meta 2.5, 3.25. So rough day for the Mag 7 so far to kick off this week. So building another consolidation here on these lows. Man. Like there hasn't even been like a sellable pop yet, which I guess is kind of what I'm looking to potentially try to long for, but buyers are doing nothing, just getting absorbed every time they try. You guys should not be shocked, by the way, that the first time I'm trading the open here on NinjaTrader Live, that we have this type of slow death grind move to the downside. I usually do kill volatility sometimes when I come on air and I show my face. So I apologize for ruining potentially today's open for all of you guys and your trading opportunities here this morning. There we go. There's some buyers in NQ. I may try this long with a stop at a new low of the day. Just waiting. I may miss this. Let's see. I'm going to try long here and put a stop at a new low. And of course, it's going to immediately liquidate. Let's see. I'm seeing some positive delta, some buyers starting to build off that low in NQ. So let's see if ES can hold this range and potentially push back up towards this consolidation, back up to point of control potentially. It's kind of what I'd be looking for. But cheap trade. Basically stop at a new low. So pretty tight. About 5 points. Let's see if we can get a push up off this low. If not, take the stop out. But for me to want to short this, it's like I need to see something for me to reoffer. I'm not going to shorten the hole in this consolidation again. Especially because, like we said, an NQ is continuing to hold around that 900 spot. That 915 spot continues to provide at least a reflexive hold for the time being. So if it breaks, I don't want to be long, but as it's continuing to hold, I'll take this stab. ES breaks. Or sorry, not ES. NQ breaks, as I said, the downside, we could easily fall back towards the lower 800s. So let's see if the low of the day wants to hold. That should be a tick lower than this, actually. Let's see if 930 may stop me out. And then we could bounce. We could make a new low and then potentially, but I don't really want to be in this if we do break this low. I'm not feeling overly confident. So far, NQ still holding that 915 spot, but got to get over 940s on NQ. Yes, base got to clear this 205. Still kind of feels very coin flippy though. Got 1 minute until initial balance is set. So this could be a situation. I get wicked out at 930 and we kind of bounce again off there, make a new low and make the move back up. And we just have a more range bound balance day. But if we violently flush through this, it probably turns into that trend day down. So just 1 mini, 1 ES, tight stop, see what happens. Just to feel something. Max Evans getting killed though, which does not give me a lot of confidence in this. This price action is trash. Yes, as I had said, it's probably my fault for showing my face on camera here this morning. I've killed volatility. Wow, that was the most lackluster 930 algo for initial balance. Like nothing happened. There we go. There's the buyers. Let's go. Push 940s, push 205s. Let's make a move here. Let's break this consolidation. Give us something to trade. I'm not seeing anything from buyers. This is sad. If they break above 940, though, this could get interesting on NQ. Yeah, Kane might be short somewhere. I think he was taking the day off as well. I don't know if he's trading, but he's probably short, which is why this is not working out for me. Kane, if you're in the chat, please close your shorts. Buyer's just getting absorbed at that high. 940 still holding on NQ. Oh, what a session, guys. This is thrilling price action. Thrilling. I'm probably going to get stopped out. Is it going to get me? Probably. I will be pissed if this just becomes like a wick down to 95 and then we get back into the 5200s and bounce. This is like the same consolidation we just saw 10 points ago, which is just annoying. Come on, little range, just hold. Like, can we go back up to 208s? Nothing? You're just going to stop me out. And stopped. So new low on ES. NQ still holding. So it might have been too tight of a stop. Let's see. But still, I'm not seeing any initiation from buyers since I answered that trade. Obviously, we saw that positive delta start to build. There was that little wick up towards 940s on NQ that gave me at least something to want to jump into. But since then, they've done nothing with it. So we may continue to move lower. So far, God, NQ is still holding. 915s still acting as support. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. Like I said, if we came down to like 95s, which is what I said, and if we just get a violent move out of this, you have to just laugh. I'm not good at re-entering in those situations, but in theory, there's nothing here that's shaken me out yet by sellers in the same thesis. We're still consolidating. Yes, we made a new low. Yes, we pierced initial balance by like a tick or two. NQ is still holding it. So the trade in theory is still valid, but I also think if this does break on NQ, this should have a nice waterfall potentially. But there it is. Let's see if this happens. Let's see if you guys witness it live. Me getting wicked out by a tick and continuing to make the move back up. God, maybe I should have taken this on NQ. Along the 915s, stop it below initial balance. I may re-enter. We'll see. Yeah, as I was saying, like it's very possible that I may get wicked out and we may get that move back up, but it was hard outside of like, yeah, I could have put it a few points below initial balance instead of a couple ticks. But it's just hard. It's a harder spot to define risk given if we lose this, the next area of support being about 50 points down. But here we go. Here it comes. Thank you, Pops 940s. This should be fun. Do I try it again? Do I try it again? She's going to go, isn't she? Yep. I may try this again, guys. Same thing. Also, just something I need to practice getting better. Oh, God. As I was just about to say, something I need to practice and get more effective at is when that happens, if my trade thesis for the first entry is not invalidated, which it's not, to get back in because my stop may have been too tight and there's the move. So I should have gotten back in. Back towards 5200s, 5201s, even just slightly lower than my initial entry for the move. Yep, literally stop by a tick, guys. That's there's the name right there. So yeah, stop may have been just a tad too tight. Let's see. See if they give me another shot back towards the 5202s. Yeah, the re-entry thing is something I'm not great at. I really want to. I've been trading with Leo a lot. He's good at it. Stowe's pretty good at it, where you just kind of shake it off. You get back in if things are still valid. And I don't know. I tend to sit on my hands after stop outs. I mean, granted, this is one where it truly was not like invalidated. NQ didn't even make a new low. So unfortunate. But just getting back in, it made sense. Could have gotten in at a lower entry somewhere around 98, 99 as well. Like as you saw this delta start to flip back to positive. Let's see if they give me another shot back up here towards the 202s. If not, watch the reaction here. I'd say most of my best trades are reentries. Yeah, I really do think sometimes even just like those situations where you get stopped out and then you can enter around your stop, if in theory the trade is still somewhat valid, that has worked well for me. But it just, that hesitation that I kind of, as you were seeing, is I was kind of just watching here around the O2s, which was my initial entry. It's like getting over that mentality of like, I'm hesitating, I'm watching, and then the move's kind of gone. But look at that. Stopped on the wick. Oh, you just laugh. That's trading, man. But it's very possible we come up here towards these 10s, 15s again and potentially reoffer one more time. Or we blast this, NQ heads back up towards 1800s, VWAP's at 18,020. Keep saying 1800s, 18,000s, excuse me. I think you're smart, not re-entering falling knives. Yeah, there's something to that. I had this weird thought of with us losing that the last two kind of consolidations here on ES, like you just weren't seeing a ton from sellers. Obviously, they were absorbing buyers in both situations, but you weren't seeing that kind of FU type move down that made me really feel like, okay, trend day down. You were seeing this. We were, initial balance. It looked like it was potentially holding for the time being. We were getting close. So then my mind kind of shifts to more of a range bound D-shaped profile day. We'll see if that holds true, but the trade was right. That was the right trade. It was just kind of being patient, waiting. I may have just gotten in a touch too early. There it is. Now it's back up into the spot that we reoffered from. So let's see if there's any sort of a reaction here from sellers or if they're about to get punched in the face back towards the overnight low. But I would imagine 18,000 kind of being that confluence of the RTH VWAP kind of floating around there, as well as that just big round psychological number. It could be a spot that you could find sellers once again. RTH VWAP on ES a little higher. I don't know why it's not on this chart. Huh. I have to add it for some reason. I don't have an anchored VWAP from the New York Open on here. So I'll fix that. But that's sitting right around 52.20s. So if we were actually going to potentially have a trend day down or continue to reoffer a little bit higher, that could be the next spot. I would expect us to push through this. Yeah, about to slam face first into RTH VWAP. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. The tape just feels a little slow today. Little holiday blues still. Did anyone take this Nick trade that I stopped myself out at with a 5-point stop? Which even on ES for me is a little tight, but I thought I could define risk there at IB low. Long from 931s. Yeah, you know, it's funny. I really kind of wish I took this trade on NQ around that 920s, 915 spot. Solid 40, 50 points there. Partialed up here, looking for a short. Yeah, so reoffering in that same spot. NQ, yeah, seeing Delta Flip go negative. Yeah, let's see if sellers are serious. If we get back inside 940s on NQ, or even inside 205s, basically, if we can't hold this top edge of the range down to 203s, 204, I would expect another new low. Point of control on NQ just shifted to 960s for the session. Wait, NQ really came? Wow, I didn't even realize NQ went all the way up to 988s. Yeah, so there was a pretty decent long there on NQ. Was a lot cleaner than ES. Oh yeah, this is gonna be new low. Oh boy. So had a 10-point trade there. That's a bummer. Too tight of stop. Every rip is being sold. It seems like it. It's just so slow. Were the European markets open today? I feel like I'm seeing the same prices Thursday on the spot prices. I believe the Jim and the team was saying earlier that it is a bank holiday in the UK. EU all closed. So I guess we don't get a Euro close at 10:30 Central Time today. Looks like a little bit of absorption happening there again at 940s. Do I dare try the long again? No, not after we reoffered the way we did. I probably should not be looking long. Fatfish, that's funny. Anytime there's a question on if Europe is on holiday, the answer is always yes. Yes, it is. I always love those memes of my lovely friends in the UK and in Europe where in the United States, you're at offices like, oh, hey, I'm away, like having kidney surgery. If you need me, please reach me on my cell phone. Where our counterparts in Europe and in London would be like, thank you for your email. I'm away on holiday for the next 4 months. Please try again in September, because it's kind of true. It's just the way the US is, our working environment is. That's the one thing I don't miss about my 9 to 5 life. If you didn't know, I've been trading full time for the last 2+ years after getting laid off from my big tech job in the Mag 7 world. So I've always traded, but ended up replacing a lot of my old income with trading. So decided to take it full time and start doing other things like this. But yeah, I don't miss that expectation of always being available and on, like the culture we kind of have in the 9 to 5 world in the United States. Just not my favorite thing. But yeah, apparently we're always available, even in the United States, on vacation, during surgery. I give a lot of credit to new mothers that go back to work like immediately after having a baby. That's wild. Absolutely wild. I don't know. I've never loved that culture here. We should take breaks like our European friends do. Maybe go to a 4-day work week. That would be ideal too, I think, for some people. That's why work from home was great, except if you were watching Netflix the whole time and actually not working. Oh, is ES going to break this low again? IB low sitting at 96s. NQ still holding though. That 930 spot. Nick, was it hard to be a full-time trader when you got laid off? It was. It took me a long time before I felt comfortable doing it. I had kind of retired my cash accounts too during that time period. You take a severance, you're kind of looking for a new job, and interviews and finding a new job was taking a lot of my time. So I had, leveraged some of our lovely, prop firms out there, just kind of keeping my own liquidity locked up, if you will, not putting a ton of capital at risk. So did that for a little while and got to a point where trading was really supplementing kind of post severance when you're living off savings. But I was having a hard time finding another job, and this thing just kind of clicked. But it took me a good probably 6 to 9 months after getting laid off before I felt I wasn't just like surviving on trading income, like I was thriving again. But there's a weird mental hurdle. I will say that. Like, you could be a great trader and, using that to supplement your 9 to 5. But the second it's like you have to live on that, and your mentality has to shift where it's like there's no safety net. You are 100% your P&L. It's a weird mental hurdle to adjust. And those bad days, you have to really work on not bringing them home as well. At the same time, like, my wife got laid off, then we got pregnant with our first child, and kind of we're adjusting that. So me going from even like 2 incomes to 1 income, and then my wife now becoming a stay-at-home mom and taking care of the little one while I'm doing this every day. It's been a like ever evolving mental hurdle for me of adjusting, surviving on trading, and not letting letting the bad weeks, the drawdown periods affect my day-to-day life. And it's been difficult at times. I'm not going to sugarcoat it for anybody. It's not a life I'd recommend to anybody. I'm sure even some of our friends here that were in were in the pits for a long time. It's tough. It's tough sledding at times. So if it's something you're looking to still do, I would, unless you're like me, guys, it was not a choice. I was kind of forced into doing it to survive. So it took a long time for me to really feel comfortable doing this day to day. And you need to find something else to keep you busy too. If you're staring at charts all day when you take away the 9 to 5, it's a tough mental thing to do all day. So luckily, streaming and doing shows like this and just building and being around the community of traders like has given me other things to blow off steam and hang out and just feel like I'm not sitting in a dark room staring at charts by myself all day. So if you can find something else to still do to balance your time, whether that's a hobby or, you know, some other kind of contracting work that supplements even trading income and keeps you busy and keeps you off staring charts, but still earns some income, that's always a good idea too. So I know that was a long-winded answer, but it's been a lot. But it's been a lot of fun. It's really cool to see how I've kind of grown as a trader, as a person, and kind of have evolved in this space the last few years. You have to have a lot of fortitude to be up and down each day. There's no good days and bad days. It really is. Because you have to look at this like you really have to shift your mindset into the marathon mode versus the sprint. So that's why it's like some days, I don't mean today in particular, looking at this price action, I don't know if I'm touching my cash counts today, or how much I'm really going to be putting at risk. This is pretty slow, grindy to the downside. So, you know, if it's $100 day, like that's fine. I'd rather take that than a drawdown any day. That's shifting that mindset, I think is also key. Being okay with being completely flat on a session when you do this full time, because you know, it's the stair stepping of your P&L curve that matters, not the big, you know, 5-figure days day in and day out. That's not going to do it. It's really minimizing the down days more than anything else. Keeping your risk relatively low and just growing the accounts. So ES made the new low. NQ trying here, but so far still holding that 900 spot. When I got laid off, my trading turned to crap. I think only some people can mentally do that. It's a really weird mental game. If you think you have your mental in check, and then you have to, once again, like I said, flip that narrative to survive full time on that income. If you traded before, it's like a whole nother mental hurdle you suddenly have to get comfortable with. Because yeah, when you take a $5,000 hit, that's a real $5,000 hit out of savings in theory, out of your account, with no other income in theory coming in. It's a tough game, man. So I've been very fortunate, but I also think I've had great mentors and good trading buddies around. You're about to see one of them coming in here in a few minutes, my buddy Stowe. So it's always good if you are doing this full time or doing this to, as an ancillary income source for your 9 to 5, and you still are staring at charts hours and hours a day. It's still good to have good trading buddies like my buddy Stowe here, who's going to come on in a few minutes. So good mentors, good people around you in this game is probably the biggest gift that you can give yourself in this space. It is not for the faint of heart. That is for sure. So far, I mean, we broke IB low on ES, NQ still holding it. It's not screaming trend day down just yet. It's just kind of grindy, reoffer, move a little lower, but NQ still holding that gives me hope to continue to try longs. Like, I guess I have not been shaken out of trying longs so far, continuing to try them in this session, as long as we are still hugging this IB low or NQ still holding it. But this has been a lackluster open in the first 90 minutes. Nick, do you believe in ICT? I'm just going to leave that last word out of it. It's not my style. I know it works for some people. I know a lot of the terminology, phrases, way that trading with that style works. It's still based on a lot of, I think, principles that some of us use. We may just call it other things at times. So it doesn't work for me. It's not what I use in I guess theory or practice, but it's the same thing. It's just another way to read the auction, read price action. So I just have more of an order flow flair to my trading as far as reading things like delta, reading things like volume to kind of guide my decision making. But delta, volume, market generated information is about 99% of my trading. So we got about 3 minutes and 30 seconds here until the man, the myth, the legend himself will join all of us to take us to school, not only on trading, but perhaps on some of his Easter bread making, his delicious ham that I saw he cooked last night. So I'm very much looking forward to watching my good trading buddy Stowe here come in and take you all to school a little bit. Hopefully the price action for him and the rest of you guys is much better than what we've seen off the open. Really just one move, and or maybe two, if you can call that other reoffer towards 18,000s, the other spot that you could have probably shorted this for a new low. But definitely some better price action probably later in this week. Yes, another new low. I'm kind of shocked NQ is still holding that spot. That 915s, 900s still acting as support. So for me, as long as we are hugging initial balance, NQ still holding above that 900 spot, I have no problem trying some longs, some safer longs. I don't really love it right in this second, but it still gives me hope to maybe look to have a rotation back in more of a D-shaped volume profile for today's session. But the market loves to prove me wrong. So we'll see how things shake out. For the time being, though, there's nothing here I really want to jump in and trade, at least in the rest of this early part of this morning session. But I will also be back this afternoon with Leo the Tiger himself to trade the close. So maybe Power Hour will offer a little bit more volatility and price action that we can actively trade this. Obviously, we had that one opportunity to long the initial balance low. I got stopped out by a tick, but would have been a nice 10 to 12 point trade that we could have taken and at least been happy. So, hey, Jim.
Nick, the quote of the session: lackluster open.
I mean, it's hard for me to not have that mentality. I know I said like slow car crash, and it really just has kind of felt that way. It's like if you close your eyes and short it off the open, I mean, even then, you probably would have shaken yourself out at this at some point, just because you're not getting that velocity to the downside you might have been looking for. It's just been slow drift, move down, consolidate, chop, miserable price action so far to start the week. But coming off a holiday, are we really that shocked? Probably not.
Yeah, I've been stopped out by a tick, I don't know, a million times in my life. It's frustrating to say the least.
Yeah, not the first, not the last.
Absolutely not. But no, but I mean, that was a good morning debut, man. You were keeping us busy, keeping us focused. So we really appreciate you stepping in for Tanya this morning.
Of course. I'm glad I got the opportunity. I know those are some big shoes to fill, but this was a lot of fun. I really much enjoyed it. My usual time to trade. I just wish I didn't kill volatility for everybody here this morning.
Someone's got to do it, Nick.
I know.
Anyway, all right. Well, I'm gonna before I introduce my next guest, thank you again for being here with us, and I want to just pop up a couple charts really quickly here, and we will get to more Order Flow Labs professionals in a second. Oh, I thought I was doing it already. My bad. Let's try again. All right. We are ready to go. And by the way, Orderflow Professional coming up next is Stowe, as we know. But hang tight, everybody. Really quickly, I just wanted to kind of point out a couple of features on this chart. This is an E-mini S&P 10, 30-minute chart I have on here. We had this put support level, and then there's a blind spot 3. These are Mentler Q levels, where we accumulated a decent amount of volume to the point where we actually got a point of control. Like, I know it's wonky. We got a competing point of control at 52.12. We have a competing point of control 52.42, and this is the session volume profile, by the way. A lot of volume weakness here between the two. So anyway, in any event, we finally put support was not support anymore, and we kind of are breaking down a little bit as well. And one of the things that strikes me as an important lesson for me, anyway, what is the idea that the market can't go down any further, right? You get that little devil on your shoulder saying, "Oh, the market can't go down any further." But you know what? It could do 3 things. It could go up, it could stay the same price, or it could go lower. So be open-minded here. And I just wanted to kind of pivot to a daily chart here. We have a nice key fib level right here at 51.45 as well. No wick at the bottom of this daily candle, below the midpoint of that dominant Hulk-like candle that we saw on the 9th. So this is looking extraordinarily bearish as we speak. That's it for the charts. I want to bring in Stowe. Stowe is here.
Jim, good morning, buddy.
Good morning, man. Hey, happy Patriots Day.
Is that today?
It is Patriots Day if you live in Massachusetts, Maine, or Wisconsin, and no one's working, man. The state takes the day off in those 3 states. You have the Boston Marathon that's run on Patriots Day. It's always, I think, the 3rd Monday in April.
Oh, wow.
And you have a home game usually with Boston Red Sox. So it's a good day to be in Boston today.
That's cool. I had no idea that was a thing. Man, that sounds awesome. All right. Happy
It is a
Patriots
thing,
Day to
yeah.
everybody.
There you go. Well, we got to do something to keep up with our friends in Europe, right? They have bank holidays. They're still on vacation forever, but
Yep. Europeans know how to do it, man. They go on holiday for months and they just set their email and then see you later.
I know. I had to tell Deli I got to channel my inner Sicilian and get more time off. I'm going to petition him, to be sympathetic for this. Anyway, all right. Are you in a trade right now?
Yeah, yes, I am. As Nick was talking about NQ holding this low, I am currently fighting with it. So that's what I'm up to over here.
Oh, man. Well, thanks for doing this, man. We're excited. Now, Monday, just really quickly, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, right?
That's right. Yep. 11 to noonish Eastern time, something like that.
Very, very awesome. I appreciate you and Nick doing double duty this week as well. So I'm going to go ahead and let you do your thing, man. And I'm going to be taking notes and keeping my fingers crossed. You're going to do awesome.
Awesome. Thanks, Jim. All right. Good morning, chat. How is it going? Man, Nick shared so much nice stuff. I was really getting into his story about how he got into trading, and that was wonderful to listen to. So thanks for sharing that stuff, Nick. So here we are at a different time frame than you've normally seen me trade. This is right around the time where Europe is going to close, and there's usually some positioning moves. You can see some volatility here. It's a good time to get some scalps in. I'll talk about what these trades are up to here real quick, and then I'll zoom back and we can talk about kind of the day and how I'm looking at everything. So I'm trying to press into this low, especially with this LVN holding here. This is a pretty clear trend down to me, but I am also cognizant that downtrends are harder to stay on than uptrends. So I'm just trying to get a couple quick scalps. We can see I got short here and then got stopped out here. I got back in. So now we're just trying to hold with these absorbers here and hold on this side of this LVN. Also, we're on the other side of the anchored VWAP from where this leg down began. So I'm just trying to stay in this, see if I can break this IB low. If we get squeezed out of it, that's fine. Or if this standard deviation turns itself up at some point, that will also be my cue that this is becoming more of a neutral day. But for right now, I'm trying to stay short. I'm trying to stay on sides with the day. So one of the key things I look at, I'm going to zoom out, kind of get away from this trade here. One of the key things I look at when I do my prep, and I say prep very loosely. I don't really do much prep, but the first thing I do in the morning is I come in and I look at how the overnight session performed. And this green box that I have drawn here, this is the European Open 30-second opening range. It's the same as we use for RTH Open, but this starts at 3 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. And what I look at this for is some sort of clue as to what the overnight positioning is really up to. You can see here that price basically trended away from it. These are 750 vol candles, so obviously it's much slower overnight, but you can see this 30-second opening range was retested around 7 o'clock this morning and then rejected. So that gives me a clue to what the Europe positioning is. And then when we see that follow through in the day, as this day broke down out of the opening range, we just see those shorts continue to stay on side and be rewarded. Now that might mean they're going to cover into their close. Those are all things we need to look for. That could mean that, they're going to press into the close. But for right now, I'm trying to stay on sides with that European positioning and also the order flow activity that I'm seeing now. So getting back to our trade that we're in, we got up here. We saw this absorption here, and now sellers are being rewarded. We need to break through these buyers here, but for now, we're on sides with this trade, and we're looking to stay with this trend down until it stops. Again, much harder to do than stay with the trend up until it stops. I don't know why that is. I don't know if it's just human nature to want to be able to buy instead of sell. I don't know. It could just be a me thing. Some things are just a me thing. But yeah, let's check out the chat. How's everybody doing this morning? Everybody staying on sides? Yep, trend is your friend. It's true. I mean, I just try to keep these rules in place so I don't spend the whole day trying to buy a dip that doesn't exist, because that has certainly happened to me in the past. What's up, Deli? Hey, Omni. Good to see you, buds. Norseman. Hey, everybody. Yeah, so far shorts are being rewarded, but like I said, that Euro positioning is a clue that they are very short right now. There are hardly any longs out of that opening range, so they could take this opportunity to cover here. But this low is brutal. This is a low that would make my friend AJ squirm for sure. It's extremely rude down here. Let's see. Do I plot the anchored VWAP or is that automated? I plot that myself. So I put this one on. What I try to look at is, like, where did that move start? We could also put it from the high, and that would be another way to look at it. But since the high was made, within the first 2 minutes of the open, that basically already exists as VWAP. So I'm trying to put it on this high here, which started the cascade. I want to see how that positioning is holding up. See, we're testing this LVN here again. I might have to watch this for a second. It's getting It's getting quite wiggly. We get a lot more DOM wiggles in this hour of time than in the 2:30 to 4 o'clock time. That is for sure. And our stop isn't in a great spot. Again, this re-enter fill, not great, but I'm just leaning on this LVN here. Ideally, I'd like my stop to be up here, at like 750 or 950, but I couldn't make that happen with that today. This also might be one of those lows that it takes a while for us to take it out, and that's why it's hard. It's hard being short. WrestleMania hangover. Was WrestleMania yesterday? Was that a thing? Who won? I don't even know who wrestlers are anymore, actually. That occurs to me. I think Nick killed the fall. You can always just sell the load. You don't have to have vol to do it, guys. Somebody's got to be short in the hole. Driver trades, 1 red trade, 2 green. Just chilling. Nice. Oh, there's the bids. Okay, see, we got stopped there. We try to get back in. That was a big volume spike. Rude. Quite rude. Came from my stop. Very fast. But that absorption is still there. This 930 guy keeps reloading, keeps reloading. Need to get back below 920s. Yeah, this entry is not awesome. The seller's definitely still there. So on that pop, it immediately got resold, and often that'll happen. Yeah, that's where my stop should have been. It's above this candle. Often that will happen if that was just like a quick burst of covering, quick burst of anything. Obviously, there's a buyer down here absorbing too, so there's definitely a bit of a war going on. But I don't know. I like to see that pop immediately get sold back down if we're going to take out this IB low. Looks like we got one target there. See if we can keep it going. See if these sellers are at least mildly serious. We got to break through this wall of bid delta right here. Leo, if you are buying this, please stop. The wrestlers are the children of the OG wrestlers you knew. Rhodes kid, Rey Mysterio's kid. That's crazy. Really? I did see The Rock came back. Wasn't he a bad guy? I just remember Stone Cold was my favorite. All right, there we go. We finally got some, we finally broke that IB low. That's good, so we can check that off our list. IB break. Yeah, ultimately on a higher time frame here too, I want to see. I can't show you. I can't show you on this screen, but in the monthly VWAP profile, which is the largest one that I look at, we're currently below the monthly VWAP. And so whenever that happens, whenever we're traversing from one side to the other, obviously, just like in auction market theory, you're going to want to look for the other side of that balance area to be a target. So ultimate target is like 675 here. But that would have to be a pretty big day but that's also why I'm trying to stay on sides. And if we hold below this IB low into the close, into the Europe close, then that's going to be even more sign that we can continue to press lower. And we'll see though. That's an exhausted bubble. We're just going to take our hands. We're going to take our hands off and just watch it play out. We'll see if they compress this any lower. Did anybody make any good food yesterday? I made a ham. That was cool. I'm 2 for 2 on hams as far as my father-in-law is concerned, so that's very nice. It's always important to impress your in-laws when you can. I just made a normal bread, just a rustic house loaf, and everybody thought that it was really good. I was proud of that. So always fun to cook for your loved ones and get that appreciation too. It's such a good feeling. Lamb and lasagna, that sounds good. My word. Deer sausage and pepperoni pizza. Awesome. Man, I used to eat venison all the time when I was a kid. I had like one side of my family had a farm, and they were all big hunters. And yeah, most of my childhood is just venison. Prime rib, beautiful. Tomahawk steak. That's a brave trick. Question. I downloaded the freemium and played with it this weekend. You made $500 overnight in this AM just using DDD. Cool. Gold's been the best performer. Well, Patty Lou, you're on your own with that gold thing because I don't touch gold. Gold doesn't like me, and it has let me know that enough times that we just have a little agreement that we don't talk to each other anymore. New York strip and sure. Oh man, all this food sounds so good. I'm gonna have to eat as soon as the stream is done. I think you guys are in for a real treat today. In the afternoon, I think Leo is going to trade ES for maybe the first time that I've ever known him to do so. So I'll be tuning in to that for sure. So right now, as we're watching this trade, we are above the IB. I don't really pay much attention to that. I'm looking for these lows to retest here. See reaction. I might put 2 more. So I took 2 lots off in the take profit. If this is going to show signs of continuation, we're going to see it right here. So that's where I'm watching. We might put 2 more on there. Let's see what we get. Yep. You see that little jump, that little absorption? That's what we want to see. Time is 11:20. Always good to be cognizant of that. I'm going to put 2 more on. I'll be quick to cut it, though. Let's see, 17, 27, 37. We're going to need to be up here. We'll try to buy a limit. We'll try to get one off down there at the IB low if we can retest that. So they've made a tiny, tiny little profile down here, which is better than a taper for our short, but we'll have to see how this behaves. Might just have to jump out of this and get back in up here. Big sweeps up. You can see that in the tape there. If you saw that flash, it's a big sweep. And when those big sweeps up are just absorbed like that, it can be a good sign for continuation lower if those buyers that are crossing the spread aren't rewarded. But we're right on the edge of this. Needs to press. There you go. Got to get back through that delta wall. There you go. Push. Come on, baby. All right, cool. So we got back to the IB low. Now we got to see if we can break this now. But so basically this was just like, you see this little consolidation area. And then we broke out to the downside, came back up. And then all we were doing is we're just watching for, absorption up there. Let's see, we got 20. I got 3 on. I need to take 1 more off. So I'll just mark it out 1. Okay. Now we're just going to trail down. Trailer stop down. Cool. So that was a good ad, I think. Yeah, that was a good ad. I'm happy with that. We got on the right side of the V there. We had a good defined spot to get back out if we wanted to. We saw that they had built some volume down here, and it wasn't just a taper, meaning that it wasn't just a quick shoot down and back up again. So that was all good. That was all good logic there. Not that good logic is always rewarded, but all right, let's check this out. What is Orderflow Labs? Is it part of NinjaTrader 8? Kind of. It is a suite of tools that you can subscribe to, and then it will appear on your NinjaTrader 8 platform under your indicators tab once you are subscribed, and you link your machine ID and your license and stuff to it. But there's lots of tools in there, like including this Delta volume profile stuff, the anchored VWAP that I'm using, Delta map, which is the thing that colors the candles based on the Delta that you can set thresholds for yourself in, all these little stars, this absorption stuff. That's all part of the Orderflow Lab suite. The stars are what we call delta flips, which are, there went nice. Now we're getting lower lows. There we go. Hold on 1 second. I got to put this on there. 66 is where I want this. 67. 67. All right. Now we're just going to see if they can push this over. But good. So we got some continuation there. The delta flips are when, here's a good example here. So this star is a delta flip. And what happens is it takes a series of candles previously that are all a consistent delta threshold. And so this is a bunch of positive delta candles. And then this is the first candle here where that delta has switched from positive dominance to negative dominance. So there are more sellers and buyers in this candle. So you can see that with the flip, and that can give you an idea of when this reversal is going to happen. On days when I'm watching a trend like this, when I'm looking for, continuation to the downside, especially with continuation to the downside, because it's so easy to get squeezed out of this market. I look for these as good signs that the downside is going to continue, and maybe these are just some sellers getting squeezed out, and we're going to see it continue lower. But now we just watch that we held below the IB low. Ideally, I want to see some absorption here and some sellers continue to push lower. Six minutes to the turn. Omni, are you really up 200 points on gold right now? I wouldn't be surprised. Everybody else can trade gold but me. It's just one of those things. That market doesn't vibe. Doesn't vibe with me. The dip below IB low is the entrance to the meat grinder. Now that's That's stuff that sellers say before they get their faces ripped off. So let's not talk about it. All right. Stay Puff knows. Stay Puff says, still let me let me know when you buy gold so I can sell my position. I am an excellent fade, and I really do need to start selling that fade stack. I'll just put all of my feelings about the market in one place, and everybody can get rich doing the opposite. That's actually how I learned that I have no business trusting my gut or feelings in any sort of way with what the market's going to actually do, and it's normally a good inverse. Luckily, I have really good friends that told me I should fade myself, and so we were able to take advantage of that. Is that a vertical volume indicator? This is delta by price, which resets every 60-point rotation. You can set it to whatever rotation size that you'd like. And then this over here is the volume profile indicator. This is the volume, the gray histogram. They gonna miss me by a tick on that, Phil? That was rude. Got 3 minutes to the turn here. So a couple things with this stream. One of the things I want to do, I see a lot of you asking, a lot of Orderflow labs questions in here. I want to give some people the opportunity to, try out those tools. So we're going to come up with, some giveaways. If you tune in to, this time frame stream, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, we'll work out something so that we can get you guys a couple free weeks. And you can really get in there and start using this stuff we've been talking about for a couple months now. I think that's the best way you can really experience it, is to get into the community, see all of the education, see how, well documented all the tools are, and, really be able to experience it for yourself. And then these streams will make a lot more sense. You'll be able to, infer your own setups from the things that I'm doing and Leo's doing and everybody else is doing with their tools. So I'm not sure what the contest should be yet. Also, I'm going to make a bread video, I decided, but I also need to get at least 300 likes on a stream before I'll make the honey hot pizza bread tutorial video. So yeah, if you haven't smashed the like button, please smash that thing. My kid is really excited to make the bread video with me, so I don't want to let her down. So I don't want you to let her down either. So this is playing out well. We're just working on this runner now. A little messy up here if I'm looking back on my execution, but yeah, it was hard. It was hard to stay in this. We got stopped out with everybody else, basically, is what happened here. And, sometimes that happens. You got to be ready to get back in if your thesis is still there. One of the problems with marketing in general is that, sometimes you don't get the best fill on NQ, especially. So you just have to be cognizant of keeping your risk in control, not moving your stop. Just let it play out. You can get back in if you want. I have created my bet sizing like this for a reason, and I try to remind myself that in the heat of the moment when the market is doing market things, not to be tempted to move it. You can always get into a trade. Again, you don't have to average down. But yeah, not bad. So we're looking at, let's kind of zoom out because we were very zoomed in there on the execution stuff. So I just want to look at this day. and, reaffirm what I'm seeing. Like here we are at the open, very clear, pushes down, rejected the previous week low twice. This was key. Also had an exhausted bubble up there. So, I mean, this is downtrend. We just have to figure out how to hold on until it's over, is the whole goal of trend following in general for me. Cocoa ripping today. Tracy, didn't you say something over the weekend about those were like chocolates or something was some sort of indicate? I can't remember. I'm trying to bring up a tweet in my mind that I saw, so I'm sure I'm butchering it. What was that about the cocoa trade and something else? I mean, all my kid did was eat candy yesterday. She just ate candy and ham. I don't think anything else. Not a vegetable was harmed. Not a single solitary vegetable was harmed yesterday. Recession. That was it. Recessionary trades. Chocolate and coffee. I don't know where everybody else's relationship with coffee is, but it's well past small pleasure for me. It's totally vital to operations. I've never tried to trade it, though. I guess I've never looked at either of those charts. Maybe that could be fun. Let me know when coffee gets too expensive, and I'll pull up a chart and try to long it. That should help everybody. Maybe I could save the whole world with my fade ability. It's all about harnessing the powers for good, I guess. So I don't really have a good ad spot here. We're just kind of still chilling, watching this thing puke. Like I said, I've got 670s as, I guess like 680 is the bottom of that monthly area that I'm looking at. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Chris. Where are we going? 800? I mean, ideally. Just have such a hard time staying in shorts for a whole day. And the average range is what I usually look at for that, but that's not super helpful when the 10-day look back is showing a 800 point ADR. But as long as we're making new lows, it seems like, I mean, we're getting these little retraces. Like we dipped below that low, came back into it, dipped lower, and then we retested here. So, and these, this is the deepest shade of selling that Delta Map has. So that's aggressive selling behavior. Another good thing about Delta Map 2 is it'll give you clues when to stay on, when to get out of your trade. 5 double espressos a day. That's what's up. That's what's up, Deli. Lots of big buyers were trying to hold the market and they have to exit, EH says. I mean, maybe. I don't know how would you define a big buyer? Like, how do you identify that? How do you know that those people are in the market and where they're at? I don't really have a way to do that aside from intraday positioning. But I also don't look at a very high volume or a high time frame look on anything. I try to keep my frame of mind like really locked into like 5-day windows at max. I look at that monthly, but even then, that's so big. I try not to get influenced by that and let it build a bias for me. All right, 11:36. So Europe is closed. This time frame can be, if there's been heavy selling or heavy buying, this can be kind of a floating time, volume dries up, but I'm not seeing that. It's just they're still stepping on it. We are at the single print, so likely price movement down might slow down, Kenny says. I would disagree. I feel like when the market gets to areas of low liquidity, it's got a much greater chance to accelerate through that area. So yeah, as we've been cleaning up that single print, and by single print I mean the world's largest single print ever created, all the way down to 17,600. Yeah, this is why I actually think sellers have a chance here. Is this was just traded through one time, and if they're going to grind through it, now's their chance. Yeah, AV. Yeah, I'm much less into if something is grinding up, I will jump in at the highs. Like you've seen me do a couple of times. I'm much less interested in doing that on a grind down because that pop can come out of nowhere. And we're not trying to be heroes and sell this thing to zero for real. So I too am waiting for some sort of meaningful pop with some exhaustion sign as well. Oh, okay, Kenny. Kenny says, as Dalton says, Jim Dalton, auction market theory person. If you haven't read his books or he's got seminars and stuff. If you're interested in auction market theory, that's one avenue to look at. This is like a balloon support. It gives us, but it also can give a sharp bounce. Okay. That's just not personally how I look at single prints. I look at that area as more easy to get through than value that's been traded a bunch. There's nothing worse than trying to get back into value. Ugh. I think I did it a lot last week. I was playing a lot of the edges, and it's just like those trades get long, so long. Did we fit Firmament? Did we figure out who everybody was going to be? I know last time we were in the NinjaTrader movie. I know last time we were talking about Deli gets to be Leo DiCaprio. I know he called that. He's got dibs. I called dibs on Steve Buscemi. Jim called dibs on Robert De Niro, I think. I wonder if Jim's taking his. Normally Jim takes a nice little nap while I'm trading, but I wonder if he's actually chilling and doing something since it's the morning. Oh yeah, Jim, it was Jon Snow. That's right. My watch has ended. But yeah, this was. I'm super glad that we had this kind of day, again, I'm going to zoom out. There's not really much to pay attention to here. Not looking for longs, just trying to add on that short. I'm super excited that I was able to share this 30-second European opening range. And this is, you can put this on your chart with the Orderflow Labs MGI study. You just have to make a custom session time, and you can add this opening range and see it for yourself. Sometimes it's not as clean as this. And again, I'll zoom into it so you can see. So this is what I'm looking at here. This is where Europe opened, and then it retested its open and then sold straight down from it. There was no activity above that. That is a very clear positioning sign for me. It's not always like that. You know, if it's choppy, if there's positioning above and below that opening range, that kind of gives me, you know, less conviction over on what the overnight positioning is. So I take that less into account. And I don't really use it to create a bias for the day, but it's just a good clue. That way you don't have to, you know, stay up and watch Globex all night if you're an Eastern time person like myself. Will Orderflow Labs be available on Tradeovit since the merger? Not at the moment, no. It's been a while since I traded on the Tradeovit platform. I know there are many custom studies for that, but I'm not sure what coding language that is in. Yeah, I don't know. But right now, I believe the tools are only available for NinjaTrader 8. All right, how are those likes doing? I really want to do this bread video so bad. I bought the camera that not the camera, the phone mount that the food influencers use. So they point down and you can see my hands, and I can tell you how many grams of flour go in. Jose, I've been trading for 4 years. We are in my 4th year at the moment. This is my 2nd year doing this full time, though. A lot like Nick, you know, kind of fell into a position where this was the job that I could do. I lost my job that I'd had for a very long time, and I'm super grateful to have trading, because if I didn't have it, I don't know what I would have done in the meantime. It's also a great job. It allows me the flexibility to, you know, be there when my kid gets off the bus. Nice lower lows. All right, Chris, we might get your 800 next. How many points we got in here? 100. JT, I also trade minis, but I have not been trading minis. I've still yet to get back into trading minis since this recent volatility spike happened. And I moved back down to micros. I think I'm accomplishing about the same with micros as I would with minis. I'm putting 4 to 6 on instead of, you know, 2 minis. But I think I explained a couple streams ago, I got to take a couple shots at some of these spots. And honestly, just the freedom that the micros are giving me to do that, instead of taking one shot up here, you know, I've got the same amount of bullet in 3 tries to get, you know, a 100-point trade off. So that's I'm just comfortable right now like this, so I'm not trying to mess with it. You can do a lot of damage with minis for sure, but I mean that damage also goes in the opposite direction. Now here's a cool spot. We'll see if this holds. Let me narrate this real fast. Do you see how we made a new low and then buyers are trying to press here, but this absorption came in right at the low, right at this spot. So this is a really good spot to watch. Somebody in the 820s is absorbing a ton of bid and pressing lower. So when you see that, that is aggressive selling. Yeah. We'll see what these people are trying to accomplish here. These 820s. This is cool. Oh yeah. Now he's mad. That's awesome. So that's a super fun order flow thing that just happened. I'm glad you got to see that live. So made a new low, tried to come out of it, and immediately met with this absorption. This buying got nowhere very fast. There's a lot of big orders going into the market right now. This is a lot of people at 810. 157 just came by, so this is a good opportunity to watch the tape. But this is a good spot for a momentum scalp if you're fast enough to see it and can just take 10 or so points. Oh, baby. This 810 guy wants all the smoke. 400, 500, a billion lots. Yeah, that was aggressive. As you can see, the point of control came immediately right there. That was a ton of orders that just went through at 810. I see 533, 226 at the bid too, just in one push, and they're still pushing down. So, what's your thoughts on these high frequency trading bots and forex? I don't know what you mean. I don't trade forex. There you go, Chris. 800, bud. Yeah, Jay. Delta divergence trades against trend are sometimes very pro trend. So, yep. I mean, a lot of people would see that as, a ton of buying that stepped in there, but you really can't read that until you see what price does once it reacts there. And now you know that this is obviously a big inflection point. And as we move into the turn, the noon turn, see, might be building a delta flip there. As we move into the noon turn, this is going to be a spot to watch and see if price is rewarded there, see if these sellers give up. But you don't want to ever jump into a trade just because you see delta doing stuff, because you do not know the motivation behind that buying or that selling. You need to see price react there and then make your decision based on that. No, I don't use any high frequency trading, anything. JD, I'm just clicking buttons myself. Yeah, Patty, you gotta weigh stuff in grams. Everything's in grams. You got to get that stuff to the T. I like to work with like a 78% moisture dough, and yeah, to dial that percentage in perfectly based on what you're trying to accomplish, you gotta have a scale. You gotta be doing baker stuff. Sir, Kenny asks, is there any literature of your Orderflow Labs indicators where I can read about them and try them out? I mentioned earlier we're gonna get some giveaways going for a couple free weeks with OFL. To you folks that have been in here, watching us every afternoon, now watching me in the morning, you probably watched Nick today. Like that means so much to all of us. We really appreciate you staying here and keeping us company while we read the market. So yeah, there's that. But also, Kenny, you can just go and grab the freemium package too, and it's completely free. And you can check out the literature on the free indicators that comes with that, and that will give you an idea of what the full suite looks like, because it's a lot of tools. I mean, it's a ton of tools. They had been working on this for a long time, and they continue to build more and more awesome stuff. So, but yeah, if you wanted to just check out what it's like, just go grab the freemium and get in there and start mixing it up. Who did I learn all this wonderful order flow price action from? It's a combination of just like standing in front of the screen for a very long time and also watching other people trading with friends, trading with, all of the people that you're seeing, Leo, Nick, XY, Elias. We've all been buds and, swapping, trading stuff for forever. It's just like, I think I said last week, it's just like Pax and Deli. Like they've just been around each other for forever. I'm sure they could read each other's trades in their sleep. It's kind of trading is kind of a language that once you learn how to speak it, you kind of seek out other people that also know that language so that you can have somebody to talk to. But yeah, it's honestly just a lot of screen time. And like that little setup there, this absorption immediately off of that low to press lower, that's just something I've learned from, watching Delta, watching the tape for, a couple years. If you stare at it long enough, it's just like that Simon game, it's just a pattern recognition game. That's all you're looking for, is just patterns in the static. There's a lot there. Be occupied. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, Mr. Deck. I hope I'm not a super good teacher. I hope that any of the things I'm saying are making any sort of sense at all. It's sometimes hard to talk about this stuff in a way that isn't so personal to the way that like I understand it. But I'm happy. That makes me feel good that it's come across. Lou asks, how's my Apteros trout going? Not great. I hit my daily loss limit a couple days in a row, and I actually have to take a step back and do a reset on that. So, which happens, man. Last week was kind of a challenging week for me across the board, and that reflected in that tryout too. I was having a hard time coming off of that volatility. Volatility hangover gets me every time. So that was reflected in that tryout. So I'm going to take a beat and reassess my sizing. And reassess my approach to that tryout, and try again.
Stowe.
Hey, Jim, what's up, man?
Nothing much, man. I was no, I saved my nap for the afternoon. I was doing stuff.
Good.
So anyway, great job, man. Your maiden voyage.
Yeah,
not bad.
Not too bad.
Not bad at all.
Yeah, it's hard to short, dude. It's one of my big challenges, but we stayed on the trend today. I think we got to see some cool order flow stuff too.
Yeah.
some organic ones, like not necessarily related to tools, just like quick, fast pattern stuff. So feel good.
Very awesome. All right. All right. So you'll be back tomorrow, right? Same bad
That's
time, same bad station.
that's right. That's right.
All right. All right. All right. All right. Stowe, thank you so much. I'm going to do a couple of quick charts here and wrap up the morning session. And thanks for being with us, man.
All right. Thanks. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, that was awesome. Definitely, I know it's kind of late, but hit the like button. Man, oh man, I love to watch that guy trade. I love the VWAP bands he uses. All pretty good. Let's just take a look at a couple of quick charts here and wrap up the morning session next couple of minutes. E-mini S&P daily chart. Again, we're approaching my another fib level, 23.60%. That's 51.45 on my chart. We're right there right now. Not surprised to hit this fib level right now. Also kind of matches this dangling wick we saw a few days ago, 6 days ago as well. So we'll see if we continue on our merry way. This is looking extraordinarily bullish. And just checking out really quickly here, my intraday chart with respect to the E-mini S&P, we just got to S3. And now recently, this has been a thing, a phenomenon when you get to these S3s. You know, S1, S2, no problem. S3 is unique, but we've been hitting it and we hit it again. And, you know, the next level down is blind spot 1 at 51.30. And that's pretty close to, that's actually below my fib level on the daily chart. VWAP falling out of bed. Sellers are completely in charge today. This is, so far, it's a trend day down, and we don't expect any news which is going to correct this behavior going on through the rest of the day. Let's just take a peek at yields again, as I am so fond to do. We'll just take a look at the 10-year really quickly here. And again, we're right in the middle of the sweet spot here. So, you know, we have a baby candle today on a daily on a 10-year note. We're again in this long term. We're talking the end of February consolidation range, moving across. The EMAs are tangled in love right now. The 8 and the 21, giving us no indication, and the stochastics aren't either. So it's kind of sideways here on the 10-year note. Even though we're down on the day, the yield right now is at 4.3771. So we're below that 4.4 level on the 10-year. Other markets, I mean, the metals, gold and silver, are just on a rampage. Here's gold. I mean, there's no real targets on the upside on an intraday chart, but with the fib extension at 138.2, we got 34.63.4 as a target on the upside for gold. Just a strong breakout, not once, but twice, right? We broke out here once back on the 11th. And then it only took a couple of days to settle it down before we broke out a second time. And now we're breaking out a third time here. This is bid, and this is, again, a flight to safety at this point. You could argue the U.S. dollar is weak. That's why it's up. You could argue central bank buying. You could argue a lot of stuff. But folks are piling in to gold as we approach $35, $36, $37. We'll see if we can get there. Silver really quickly is very... Is trying to follow. We're in a trend channel on the way up on silver. We have, we had a nice low. This low was pretty solid here, just south of $30 at 29 and spot 25, and then a nice trend channel, systematic rally here. We don't get those bursts we saw in gold, but we have a couple of decent sized green bars here, and the moving averages now are starting to converge again. So we'll see if that 8 EMA crosses above that 21 EMA on silver. So both silver and gold are on their move. $35 is going to be tricky. We have that double top up here at 35, spot 32, give or take. We just don't have a breakthrough above that yet, but we might. Remember what Tracy told us, there might be a shortage here of silver, which again would be a bullish sign, in addition to all the fundamentals that we're seeing here in the silver market. So and I do want to look at the intraday chart here as well, because this is still tradable today. We're still in play here. The pivot is held really nicely here. The pivot point is at 32, spot 5.3, and we wicked through it a couple times, couldn't get below it. JAX 1 is right in the middle here. VWAP starting to horizontal out a little bit, which also could be settling. And then on the upside target, JAX 4, 32 spot 9.5. So I have my own intraday trades for silver today as well. All right, folks, having said all that, that is a quick chart wrap up for the morning. We did a lot of work today. We had some great stuff we saw today on NinjaTrader Live. Appreciate everybody being here with us as usual. We're going to be back at 2:30. We're going to hit it right away. Shai's going to be with me at 2:30. We're going to do the hot commodities report. Do not miss that for sure. 2:30. Get some rest, get some lunch, relax, and then the Orderflow Labs guys are going to come and trade the close. So it's going to be an exciting end of the day. We'll see if we get any kind of retracements back up or not. In the meantime, folks, take it easy, and we will see you very shortly.